Knowing the new Elder Scrolls will be poo-poo pee-pee, and that I will be purchasing it on release and buying all DLC for it, because I am a dumb baby. If there is one thing that Bethesda has made a name for themselves for, it's their ambition. They were a company known for releasing nothing but shovelware, with most of the titles under their belt being licensed titles or sports games. But nobody at the company was satisfied with the niche they had made for themselves. To quote designer Ted Peterson, "I remember talking to the guys at Surtech who were doing Wizardry 7 at the time, and them literally laughing at us for thinking we could do it." Carried only by the desire to make a name for themselves and a love of tabletop RPGs, Bethesda began work on Arena. Their lack of experience ended up being a hindrance as they missed their Christmas 1993 deadline, releasing instead in early 1994 to lukewarm sales figures and relative obscurity, shipping only 20,000 units. But that wasn't the end of the story. Word of mouth and positive reviews spread the game around, the sales figure increased over time, and soon, most of the world had learned just how high the bar had been set for role-playing games in the future. But size and ambition alone cannot carry sales, and despite the positive critical reception they were receiving, their sales numbers were not high enough to recoup the exorbitant production costs associated with the lengthy production schedules games of this scope required. After a few underwhelming releases, it appeared that the company would be forced to return to its roots, and the developers would be forced to create cheap licensed cash grabs for eternity. If they wanted to retain their dignity, as well as their freedom, they would have to play it safe with their next major release, prioritizing profit over anything else. What they needed was something mundane, not something miraculous. So they delivered a miracle. Morrowind came out in April 2002 to critical acclaim. It was a title envisioned as one of two things: either the company's swan song, something they would put out before fading into the depths of mediocrity, or the company's saving grace, the thing that would show the whole world that they could create video games on their own terms in their own time. It was successful enough to spawn a sequel released on March 20th, 2006, nearly 4 years after the release of Morrowind. Oblivion was successful enough to spawn a sequel of its own in Skyrim, released towards the end of 2011. Between Morrowind and Oblivion was a 4-year gap. Between Oblivion and Skyrim, 5. Typical gaming franchises need to release a new title every year in order for the studio to keep the lights on. And while Bethesda released Fallout 3 shortly after Oblivion, and there was ample DLC released between each title, there is still a significantly higher amount of time between Bethesda releases than other mainstream game developers. This long development time is what enables Bethesda to create game worlds with the amount of depth that they are known for. Wait times this long between entries of a franchise are usually enough to kill off smaller development studios, but Bethesda manages to subsist, perhaps in part because their titles manage to have enough replayability to last such a long gap, keeping the titles in the public conscious long enough for word of mouth to drive interest in their upcoming releases. Skyrim was released 10 years ago, and yet it still retains a loyal player base. Morrowind was released nearly 2 decades ago, and it too still has people regularly playing and replaying it. But despite this long history of success, there has always been a rumbling of disappointment from certain sects of the community. There's a common sentiment that The Elder Scrolls as a franchise has been on a steady decline in terms of many of the qualities that drew players to it in the first place. When making this argument, people often cite the dumbing down of many mechanics, the oversimplification of the game's scope, and the under-reliance on more natural forms of storytelling in favor of holding the player's hand, guiding them from set piece to set piece. Many people have already made the claim that this is a result of Bethesda's attempts to reach a casual audience, an attempt to appeal to the broadest possible demographic, or the lowest common denominator of gamers. But this is a claim that has been parroted time and time again throughout history. Even Morrowind, the golden favorite child of the Elder Scrolls franchise, was bombarded by a small minority of critics for ruining the series in the same manner. The dumbed-down complaint has been levied towards the creator since it was a baseline title from which to dumb down. What is it then about Bethesda's formula that annoys so many of their older fans, and what about it attracts so many newer ones? Is this a betrayal of the fan base that cultivated the franchise into what it is today? Or is it an overreaction by entitled fanboys who hate anything that wasn't around when they were in middle school? And why can't you use spears in Skyrim? I'm not going to give definitive answers to these questions or any others that one might have about the franchise. Instead, my hope is to give some explanation and context to these questions so that you, the viewer, can draw a conclusion of your own. The purpose of this video is to compare the previous 3 mainline entries in order to predict what will happen to the franchise in the future, to draw a trajectory of different facets of the series and draw a sort of best fit line between what can be measured, a more methodical approach to draw a more accurate conclusion on how the future will look. But before we can look forwards, we have to first look backwards. Before I get any further into this video, I should start with the word of warning as well as one of context. This video is intended for people who have already played through Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, and while I do not intend to thoroughly examine every aspect of every title, there will still be unmarked spoilers for all 3 games interspersed throughout the video. The most recent game I'm going to discuss has been out for 10 years. Anybody with an interest in avoiding spoilers has had ample time to do so. Additionally, most people who care about having aspects of a video game spoiled to them are likely not going out of their way to watch a 3-hour video on that game. Additionally, this is going to be a very subjective video, but hopefully you already knew that. This is a long-form analysis video, and as is typical of this type of video, I will be interjecting my own opinions here and there. If I make a point that you personally disagree with, I encourage you to take it as a personal slight, then go into the comments section and get into a week-long argument with a total stranger. As this is a long-form analysis video, you are not expected to watch the entire thing in a continuous sitting. You are not even expected to watch it. The video footage playing in the background will rarely be relevant to the point that I'm trying to make, so having this video on in the background while I do something else is a perfectly valid means of consuming it. Another valid way to watch it is in multiple sittings. I suggest making a comment below with wherever you last left off, editing it as you go on, but there are timestamps in the video description if you don't want to make the effort. And finally, The Elder Scrolls is a fantasy video game series. As a fantasy, it uses various fantasy names that pull from different real-world cultures. Real-world cultures that I only have a small amount of familiarity with. If I mispronounce a location name or character's name repeatedly, I assure you that I don't care. You begin your new life as a prisoner. This is a general trend in the Elder Scrolls franchise, not only because it's tradition, but because RPGs in general are about progression. As you progress through the game, so too will your character progress in their station. A late-game character might be the head of multiple factions, the Grand Champion of the Arena, savior of all of Tamriel, and the world's most notorious thief. It only makes sense that in order to make the character's journey more fulfilling, they start out at the very bottom of society. The highs feel higher when the lows feel lower. Starting the game as a prisoner also gives a narrative reason for the relative lack of player freedom that is necessary for a good tutorial. As you move through the character creation and tutorial, you slowly gain back more and more of your freedom until each title has some moment where you are asked to pick a direction and go. Morrowind starts you off with a brief vision sent by Azura before you wake up in the lower decks of a ship. Your travel buddy Jib asks you your name, and from there you're slowly given control over your character as various NPCs you talk to give more information about you by asking open-ended questions. The answer to these questions will give the player a suggested class, which the player will then ignore to create a class themselves. These questions have the player creating their character, a very straightforward process. When you choose a race, you're told what effects the racial choice will have on your stats. When you choose a class, you're told which skills and attributes will be affected by your choice. Your birth sign also comes with a list of effects, letting every decision feel like an informed one. At least in theory, I'll get back to that. Context is given before controls are enabled, preventing the player from performing an action the game's not yet ready to react to. You cannot move until a prompt appears teaching you how to move. You cannot interact with objects until the tutorial prompt teaching you how to interact with objects appears. The only controls the player has access to are controls that they've had to use so far. There's no way to bring up the item menu until you're given an item to hold in the first place. The map doesn't appear until the player is asked to navigate somewhere. The magic inventory cannot be accessed until the player has magic to use. Morrowind's tutorial section is very linear, but ultimately doesn't last that long. You can finish the entire thing in less than a few minutes and be out in the world, ready to play the game properly without ever feeling like the opening section was restrictive. The tutorial technically ends when the player leaves the census office, but the rest of Side serves as an extended tutorial, introducing many aspects of the game's design philosophy, especially as it pertains to quests. My favorite example is a Nord named Hriskar in the tavern who asks you to stalk Fargoth and finds out where he stashes his money. You wait around the lighthouse until 10 p.m., where Fargoth can be witnessed sneaking to a tree stump and stashing something inside. Looting the tree stump nets you 300 gold, which can be returned to Hriskar to clear the quest. The reward for clearing the quest is 100 gold. You lose 200 gold for finishing. This is a harsh lesson for the player to learn, but an important one. Hriskar was portrayed as a corrupt Imperial officer, so it's a mistake on the player's behalf to trust him. Maybe Morrowind came with the physical guidebook that the player was expected to read through as the game was installing, so I'm missing out on some crucial information. But the number of people who have gone online and complained that the mudcrabs in the swamp are too hard to kill is perhaps an indication that the tutorial could have done a more thorough job. There's an implication that the player is meant to wander around Side and learn more about the mechanics of the game and their interactions through practice, but ultimately a lot of the subtle yet very important aspects of gameplay are not explained to the player. You are told each race comes with stat bonuses and penalties, but not that certain races have an easier time with persuasion. You are told the steed sign increases speed, which lets you run faster, but you're not told how slow move speed is in this game and how much time you spend holding W. Despite this, the brevity of Morrowind's introduction is one of its strongest suits, so I can see how either option is equally valid. Additionally, because Morrowind is designed in such a way that the player cannot join every single faction in one playthrough, you will almost certainly be going through the tutorial section multiple times. A lengthy tutorial teaching returning players the same mechanics they've already mastered would hurt the game's replayability. But putting consecutive playthroughs aside and focusing on first impressions, Morrowind sticks the landing incredibly well. The first sight the player sees upon leaving the boat is a small swamp village of Side. In front of you is a familiar style of brick-and-mortar foundation beneath a thatched roof. A typical sight for anybody with even a small understanding of historical architecture. To your right, however, the down-to-earth Imperial design philosophy surrounds a strange alien bug creature screeching foreign sounds down onto the townsfolk, who treat the sight as though it were the most ordinary of occurrences. This vantage point on the boat alone tells the player so much about the world in just a single frame. The Imperials are trying to maintain a grip on people whose culture is so foreign to them that their very presence stands out like a zit. The stone architecture is being swallowed up by the swamp, while the traditional wood huts of the Dunmer sit on the water's edge, uninterested in the surrounding hostile environment. From the first step the player takes into the overworld, they're already asking themselves questions, and their curiosity is prodded into driving them forwards. The first minute of Oblivion is absolutely devoid of any content whatsoever. After you design the physical aspects of your character, you are given freedom of movement within a small confined space. For the next few seconds, you're taunted by a man across the hall while you're given ample time to familiarize yourself with the controls. And in case the player is still struggling, message boxes appear to tell the player how to perform certain tasks. After kicking a skeleton in the head a few dozen times, the plot turns the corner and the player is set free to roam a secret escape tunnel, at least freer than before. The tutorial in Oblivion is much more hands-on than that of Morrowind. You are taught combat and then immediately asked to perform combat. You are given a bow and immediately put in a situation where you can apply the knowledge. A spare mortar and pestle is found, and when it's picked up, the game teaches you alchemy. Most of the game's basic mechanics are shown to the player at this point, and the tutorial progresses after you are tested on the knowledge. Or not. Because while the game might give you a bow and ask you to fire it, you never have to do this. You can continue onward hitting things with the sword you've had all along, or you can ignore the enemy altogether and sprint through the ruins. You reunite with the plot and are instantly given the responsibility to save the world from a looming apocalypse, but more importantly, you get to choose your class. The game gives you a suggestion as to which class might best fit your playstyle, but you're given the chance to adjust this suggestion and create your own. You are given another chance to test out your new class in the sewers ahead, which contains a few combat challenges and other miscellaneous tasks, before the game gives you one last chance to reset any aspect of your character that you choose to. Oblivion innovates on the formula used in Morrowind by giving the player more room to test out their abilities after learning how to perform them, but importantly, before committing to a playstyle. The class selection menu gives you a good indication of what each skill does, how each attribute affects each skill, and all of this is built on the knowledge of how the mechanics work. If the player wanted to become an archer but found archery underwhelming, they now know that, and are given a chance to respec. If the player found themselves running out of magicka too often, they might tweak their attributes a bit in order to increase their magicka pool and regeneration rate. Importantly, the tutorial of Oblivion feels enough like gameplay to not be tedious on multiple playthroughs. The opening of the game, despite being linear, doesn't feel boring. Dungeon crawling is what you'll spend a good amount of time doing, and dungeon crawling is how you start the game. Speaking of starts, as soon as you leave the sewers, the game begins in earnest. The first shot is a memorable one, its structure almost like a painting or a photograph following the rule of thirds. The top of the screen, the open sky, symbol of the possibilities the player now has. The first sky they've seen since the tiny window of their cell. The middle of the screen has the first alien ruins many players will explore, just across a narrow body of water. It stands above the surrounding area with no other distractions. And the bottom of the screen has a dock which points to the ruins like a long arm with a finger sticking out, directing the player's attention to where they should go next. Of course, you don't have to go to the ruins. The opening cinematic has a wide sweeping shot of the Imperial City, the metropolitan center of Tamriel, and one of the most important places in the game. It's completely natural for a player's curiosity to draw them backwards instead of forwards, prompting them to turn around and climb the hill to the city so they can stock up at the market for new supplies, better weapons, and a few spells. And the most important part is that your next quest objective is nowhere near any of that. The game's designers give you an urgent quest, and then immediately turn your attention to two things that are more interesting than saving the world. They encourage exploration for the sake of exploration, which is the driving force behind the franchise as a whole. Everybody knows Skyrim's introduction. It's one of the aspects of the game whose cultural influence has surpassed that of the game itself next to Arrowing the Knee jokes. You start on a cart in the heart of a part of the southern region of Skyrim. The introduction is by far the lengthiest the series has seen. Over 5 minutes of exposition before the player receives any amount of control over their character other than looking around. Character creation happens next, where you get to design your character, but the only aspect of your build you choose is race. The race selection screen is the least comprehensive so far, with the flavor text on each race saying more about the lore of each race than the stat bonuses they receive. A simple list of which skills would be increased by which race would be nice, although since the player has had no opportunity to play the game, it is ultimately pretty meaningless. That said, the player's race doesn't really matter. Skyrim has no class system, and you're free to change your character build completely at any point, so there's no real reason to build your starting character in a particular way. The actual tutorial sections are much better. Since the player's hands are bound, the amount of control you get is sensibly limited. All you can do is run, which the player will likely want to do anyway, considering a giant dragon is actively trying to kill them. You're taught running, jumping, running some more, and running, before you're given a decision on whether to side with the Stormcloaks or the Imperials through the next section of the tutorial. Whichever side you don't pick will end up being the enemies in your first encounter, where you're taught to turn people into corpses and then loot the corpses. Next, you're taught how to fight enemies, use potions, fight enemies, pick locks, fight enemies, pull switches, fight enemies. Then, finally you're set free in the world. From the previous description, you might be led to believe that I'm being a bit harsh on Skyrim's tutorial, but that's not actually the case. In fact, the tutorial does a wonderful job of introducing the player to Skyrim as a whole. Skyrim is an incredibly combat-focused game, and the tutorial teaches you that almost everybody is going to try to kill you at some point. So as far as preparing the player for what they can expect going forward, the tutorial section succeeds at what it needs to do. Another aspect of Skyrim's opening that is done well is the context. You start off as a prisoner, as is the tradition. This time, though, you're not actually a criminal. You're simply explained to have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, caught in an Imperial ambush. The only bit of characterization you're given is that you were trying to cross the border and that you don't like being killed by dragons. It's very easy for any type of person to put themselves into the role the character is playing. The first taste of freedom the player gets is outside the caves beneath Helgen. You're given a scenic view of the side of a mountain looking down Skyrim's lush landscape. Especially coming off of Oblivion, many people were expecting Skyrim to be a completely frozen wasteland, so it's good that the first real impression players get of the game is of a more temperate climate. The path in front of you leads northeast, drawing the player's attention towards Bleak Falls Barrow, the first real dungeon of the game's main story, and the first dungeon most players will enter. You and your traveling companion exchange a few remarks and watch Alduin fly into the horizon. Surprisingly, despite the game opening up tremendously at this point, it still guides the player along should they allow it to. You can follow Hadvar or Ralof to Riverwood, where the next part of the main quest will appear, prompting the player to head to Whiterun. Or you can head there by yourself as the main road directs you this way, and end up with a quest marker despite this. The first few objectives of the main quest have a way of ending up in the player's journal no matter where they go, unless you make an active effort to avoid engaging with it. There's no immediate sense of urgency either. You're told that someone needs to warn Riverwood of the dragon, but the dragon is already headed in that direction alongside your traveling companion, so you can easily tell yourself that if you don't warn the townsfolk, they'll get the message one way or another. Skyrim's tutorial continues on well past this section, with multiple NPCs along the intended pathway who are more than eager to teach you the basics of smithing, alchemy, enchanting, and other features with very little prompting to do so. These tutorials only pop up to the players the first time they engage with the systems too, so somebody with no interest in, say, smithing won't have to bother with a brief tutorial about the concept. In this way, Skyrim's tutorial only goes on for as long as the player still has the mechanics to learn. Morrowind's tutorial can be completed in less than the amount of time Skyrim's tutorial takes to allow the player to move. This isn't because Morrowind has less that it needs to teach the player. In fact, the opposite is true, but rather because the tutorials are intended to reflect the overall feel of the game. Quests in Morrowind are much shorter, dungeons are a lot smaller, and challenges tend to be overcome hours before they're even encountered. Skyrim is a game focused on in-the-moment action, where dungeons are meant to be experienced rather than interacted with. The tutorial is usually the last thing a developer makes, because only at the end of development will they really know what aspects of the game are going to be the most important to teach the player. For this same reason, I put the section on the various tutorials at the beginning of this video, as it's a good way to show the viewer what to expect from the rest. An introduction to a concept, quick rundown of how that concept is implemented from title to title, then a few closing remarks that depend on the context provided by the earlier sections. Gameplay in The Elder Scrolls, as well as any other RPG, can be split into two simple ideas: planning and execution. Planning is the number of decisions the player needs to make in each encounter, how much information the player is given to make those decisions, how that information can affect their thought process, and how impactful each decision ultimately is. Execution refers to the more involved aspects of combat. This is the direct side of the game. Execution is important because it determines how satisfying it is to follow through on the planning stage. It also encompasses smaller details, such as the responsiveness of combat, sparks flying off your weapon, the sound of an arrow narrowly missing your head, the animation of an enemy tumbling down a hill after they die. In my opinion, the planning phase and decision-making aspects of an RPG are by far the most important part of the entire game. It's what makes the moment-to-moment gameplay remain engaging, even when there's nothing flashing going on immediately around you. It's what makes the sections of a dungeon in between combat encounters feel just as engaging as the combat itself. It's what makes the player just as invested in negotiating with the potion seller as they are fighting a dragon. Decision-making is also the best way to keep combat engaging, even long after the player and player character alike have both mastered it. Giving the player multiple options and then pushing them towards changing up their strategy regularly will mean that even in the late game, the player cannot simply turn their brain off and smash everything with ease. This has the added benefit that the player can feel as though their time planning is being rewarded. If higher level enemies are simply low level enemies with more health, the combat becomes repetitive and the player feels as though they aren't making any real progress. Or worse, that they have to actively fight against the game's level scaling, because the enemies are getting more powerful at the same rate that they are. But enough about level scaling for now, as I'll get back to that subject in a few minutes. Decision-making also forces the player to make more involved decisions during the execution phase of the game. This is often done by limiting the player's resources, causing them to make decisions such as whether to use a stronger spell that is guaranteed to kill an enemy, or a weaker one that conserves their magicka but comes with higher risk. The most important part of any open-world game is the open world. This may sound obvious or redundant, even recursive, but it is the most important thing I will say in this entire video. The act of moving from point A to point B must be engaging. It's what players will spend most of their time doing, and is the entire point of making a game open world in the first place. The fact that so many players can notice point C on their way to point B and change their plans to visit that instead without it coming close to harming the experience shows the extent to which Bethesda has mastered this art. No matter how interesting the world is, the presentation of that world is just as important. The act of discovering a new location alone holds little interest without the context behind that discovery. You don't feel a sense of exploration following a straight path or a floating icon compared with being forced to find the way on your own. In Morrowind, the mere act of traveling from one location to another is a challenge gated behind certain levels of proficiency. Walking from one well-populated city to another is simple and easy, but it's more difficult to travel to somewhere further from civilized society. This is due in large part to the unscaled nature of the game. Low-level wild creatures can be found in areas the player is intended to visit early on, while high-level enemies can be found in dungeons the player isn't meant to visit until later. It's not a perfect system. You have the occasional surprise from a high-level enemy in a seemingly innocuous burial tomb located just off a major road. But there is a general trend towards certain dungeon types such as Daedric Ruins having tougher enemies. The difficulties of travel can be circumvented too. Many major cities have silt striders that can be ridden to other major cities. If the city is on water, you can find a captain to transport you to another coastal city. Mages Guild headquarters will also have an NPC who can teleport the player instantaneously to another chapter of the Mages Guild. If the player wants to avoid paying up, the Propleon index system as well as intervention scrolls and the mark and recall spells will also teleport the player to another location instantaneously. It's not easy to figure out at first. Traveling through the continent of Vardenfell can be a complicated task as you keep track of what is effectively a fantasy public transit system. But that work has a large payoff, as stocking up on intervention scrolls, setting a good mark location, and memorizing how to get to any of the major cities will result in cutting hours off of your travel times and keeping you much safer, cutting down on the time and resources needed to reach a location. It's a hefty reward granted to players who take the time to familiarize themselves with the system. And of course, the reward feels much greater due to the fact that you had to start the game out by walking everywhere. Another thing that Morrowind's travel system did was add a layer of complexity to any task that involved navigation. The southern and western portions of the map had more infrastructure than the northeastern Grazelands, and thus had much less in terms of hostile wildlife. This meant that a quest's difficulty could scale with the location you were asked to travel to. The main quest took advantage of this, asking the player to navigate the populated cities at first and slowly demanding that you explore more and more remote regions as the story progressed. Oblivion introduced instantaneous fast travel to the franchise. Intervention spell effects were cut, as were mark and recall, since the player can now fast travel from any outdoor location to any location they've discovered before, as well as any of the major cities. This means that you only need to visit a location once before you're able to reach it again without any challenge. On one hand, you can argue that since the player has already reached the location before, traveling back there doesn't present them with any sort of additional challenge. On the other hand, the decision-making step of planning your route to another city is all but gone. Why bother stocking up on disease resistance and poison cures if you can just fast travel through the challenge? Oblivion's world was also balanced in a way around the idea that the player would have a quest marker indicating where they needed to go hovering on their compass. Therefore, it had a flat world to better facilitate walking in a straight line. It's a bit of a disappointment because Oblivion's enhanced engine worked well with its world design to ensure that even the map was difficult to get lost in. Major cities always had a temple standing out over the walls, giving a point of reference to any traveler along the roads that helped guide their sense of direction. Likewise, from almost anywhere in the world, you can see the Imperial City towering above the skyline, grounding your sense of direction in terms of how far you were from the middle of the map. Skyrim presented an optimized version of the system. Only locations that have been discovered before can be fast traveled to, so the player at least needs to visit a city before they can go there freely. Or they can use one of the in-game fast travel options such as a carriage or boat. These diegetic fast travel systems ensure that even players striving for realism can cut out the tedious travel time without feeling like they're cheating the systems or themselves. My only wish is that the system was improved to include more locations, or even more systems of travel the player can access as they progress through the game. Perhaps a system of underground rail lines created by the Dwemer that can be reactivated. or allowing a player to ride a dragon between mountaintops. For players who don't wish to use the fast travel system, navigation has been dramatically improved by the mountainous design of the world. No longer is traveling from point A to point B as simple as walking in a straight line there, as the world is now split into several distinct regions, often divided by mountains. Trying to walk a straight line to a quest marker usually ends up with you face to face with a sheer mountain wall, and unless you have horse physics, you'll need to find an alternate route around. One thing that Skyrim's roads rarely do is dead end. No matter what mountain is blocking your way, there are multiple ways around it. This means that should you choose not to fast travel, a return trip is often completely different from the initial excursion. And there is ample motivation not to fast travel in Skyrim. For one, the world is dotted with equidistant locations and dungeons that are ripe for exploration. Fast traveling will result in you missing out on these, as well as the other unmarked oddities that dot the roads. Walking around Tamriel is fun and all, but if the games were merely walking simulators, they'd lose the player's interest as soon as they made a loop around the map. There needs to be something to interrupt the player's exploration, and that something is typically combat. I won't do a complete breakdown of every single type of attack, its damage rating, the stats of every weapon type and material, and all of the smaller intricacies of combat unless it's strictly relevant to a point I'm trying to make. I mean, I could if I wanted to. I could read off the Elder Scrolls wiki page until my voice grows hoarse and pad out this video to be even longer than it already is. But that's not a very good use of my time, nor is it a very good use of yours. I don't want to disrespect your free time as much as the timestamp of this video may indicate otherwise. Instead, I will only be referring to exact aspects of each game's combat system whenever it's relevant to a point I'm trying to make. This means I'll be speaking in vague terms rather than absolutes, but because this video is already becoming very subjective, I don't think that's too much of an issue. I'll also be oversimplifying a lot, so bear with me if something doesn't get covered fully. Morrowind has the worst combat of the three games I'm comparing, but gets away with it on the principle of having very little combat focus. Enemies are meant to be puzzles rather than challenges, tests not of the player's reaction time or mastery of the systems, but tests of preparedness. Do you have the spells, potions, or scrolls to bypass this enemy? Are your stats high enough? If they aren't, can you find an alternate route around them? If you have the tools to defeat an enemy, there's a very high chance that you will. Because of this, Morrowind gets a pass on bungling the execution phase of its combat. Weapon swings never feel impactful, it's as if you're slicing at the air a few feet in front of an enemy. Worse is that the sound of missing an enemy because your stats aren't high enough, and missing an enemy because you misjudged the positions of its hitbox, is the same. Dice roll combat means that you can expertly dodge lightning bolts while closing in the distance between you and your foe, only to be told that you lost because of RNG. The AI also does little to sell the fantasy that your mid-combat decisions matter. Careful positioning, leading your target, timing, and the like don't matter nearly as much when your opponent simply stands still while you charge at them. This makes combat feel incredibly samey as soon as you've gotten close. Archers, mages, warriors, it doesn't matter, they all turn into DPS races at point-blank range, and combat feels like more of a test of your click speed than anything engaging. And of course, the whole thing is ruined further by how easy it is to cheese Morrowind's population. Cast a low-level levitation spell or jump up onto a platform they can't reach, and watch the AI proceed to shut down entirely. Oblivion attempted to improve the combat and succeeded in doing so, though from the section on Morrowind you know this doesn't really mean much. Blocking is no longer done automatically. The player has multiple attack types that aren't just a change in animation. Running in and swinging your weapon aimlessly is no longer that valid of a strategy. That said, I still think that Oblivion's combat is perhaps a bigger failure than Morrowind's. The reason for this is that Oblivion had a much bigger emphasis on combat to the point that most quests took a combat-first approach, where avoiding conflict was the exception rather than the rule. Because there was such a heavy emphasis on combat, the faults of the system also received heavy emphasis. This is, of course, made worse by Oblivion's scaling, which increases enemy health to such absurd heights that each individual encounter takes longer, but doesn't actually have any more depth. There are a few other design decisions that reinforce the stagnant combat. Regenerating magicka means that almost any encounter can be successfully cheesed by kiting the enemy around in circles long enough to cast another fireball. Of course, this also ties into the high health that results from scaling, as you'll typically get to a point where combat becomes a matter of kiting enemies for longer, rather than spending more time in the fight deciding on your next course of action. Skyrim's combat improved on Oblivion alongside yet another increase in the emphasis on combat. Even the writing seems less focused on telling a story rather than railroading the player to another combat encounter. Most attack types in Skyrim force the player to commit to their choice, largely done by limiting the player's movement during their swings. Switching weapons mid-combat requires you to ready your weapon again. Power attacks and normal attacks alike cause you to stand in place or move slowly in the direction you were previously moving in. Bows slow you down when drawn, offensive spells as well, with some even requiring the caster to stand still while casting. While it's still possible to break the AI, it's at least harder to do so. If an enemy can't reach you, they'll either switch to a ranged weapon, or try to find cover until you come back down from whatever ledge you climbed onto. The feel of combat isn't perfect, but there's still a much better attempt at impact during heavy swings. At some points it feels like you're just swinging your weapon in the air in front of the enemy, but third-person kill moves and blood splatters on the screen at least help to sell that your hits are actually landing. All that said, Skyrim's combat is at best serviceable. There's been an increase in focus on combat from title to title, but Skyrim's combat is the first system to truly feel like it deserves the amount of focus that it receives. But fighting isn't the only thing you do in the Elder Scrolls. The combat in individual games has never been especially great, at least not compared to contemporary titles, and yet these games are able to get away with having the player do so much fighting and preparation for fighting. A major contributing factor to this phenomenon is the fact that most actions in the Elder Scrolls are linked to progression due to the way in which skills level up. We humans are hardwired to enjoy watching numbers get bigger. If we can smash things and have the number go up at the same time, it's twice as rewarding. This is called vertical progression and is a staple of the RPG genre. Without these increasing numbers, our mechanical actions lose their context. But the numbers alone don't hold much meaning, and this type of reward structure can only hold attention for so long. So to add depth to the game's systems, game developers will include what is called horizontal progression. Horizontal progression is, put simply, additional numbers to watch go up. Rather than becoming more and more proficient with a single skill set, characters will become more proficient with a larger variety of skills as they progress. This in turn allows the game to become more complex, as they can introduce challenges that require more thought than an enemy with a larger pool of health. To tie this back into the Elder Scrolls, vertical progression is when the player receives a stronger fireball, while horizontal progression is when the player receives a different spell type altogether. Of course, it isn't just the player character who is experiencing this sense of progression. The player themselves also undergoes change as they play more and more of any title, learning, practicing, and eventually mastering the mechanics. This is where the dichotomy of player skill and character skill comes into play. A highly skilled player controlling an unskilled character will feel frustrated as they swing their weapon over and over again to an underwhelming end result. Likewise, an unskilled player in control of a skilled character will also find little success. Your arrows don't deal damage if they don't hit anything. This creates a natural sense of balance where unskilled characters are played by unskilled players, and the two grow together, with the player mastering the mechanics as their character unlocks more and more of them to master. This has the added benefit that a second, third, or 15th playthrough will result in a player who knows the mechanics well enough to guide their character through the early, tutorial-light sections of the game. Since the early game of many RPG titles is less interesting than the sections where the game opens up further, a skilled player gets the opportunity to expedite the process, skipping over sections of the tutorial that have long since worn out their welcome as review material. The Elder Scrolls is an RPG franchise. RPG means basically nothing in modern video game discourse. If you like RPGs, then the game you like is an RPG. If you don't like the game, it's not a real RPG. The term itself is so broad and poorly defined that it's been further divided into more specific terms in order to provide some clarity over the years. CRPGs, or character RPGs, are games where your stats are more influential on your success than your skill as a player. ARPGs, or action RPGs, are games where your skill as a player is more influential on your success than your character's stats. These terms aren't mutually exclusive, however. Most CRPGs will still retain some aspect of player skill, and most ARPGs still give importance to the stats of each character. You could call the Elder Scrolls an ACRPG then, or an action character role-playing game. You can also go to the beach and drink ocean water until you die of dehydration, but that doesn't make it a good idea. That said, Bethesda has been making a clear slide from the CRPG to ARPG side in their design philosophy over the last several entries in the Elder Scrolls franchise. Naturally, people who fell in love with the franchise during the CRPG era will feel as though the franchise is losing its soul with each successive entry. People who first played an ARPG title will go back to the earlier entries only to criticize them for playing awkwardly, not realizing that they're missing the point by focusing on aspects of the game that weren't meant to be put under that level of scrutiny in the first place. I think that this is the fundamental reason why there is such a divide between classic and modern Elder Scrolls fans. It comes down to a difference in focus, which is fine. If each Elder Scrolls title merely aspired to be a touch-up of the most recent entry, then they would lose interest and fast. I mentioned at the start of this video that Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim all have active player bases to this very day, and that's the reason why. If Oblivion was just Morrowind but better, it would logically follow that Morrowind would be Oblivion, but worse. And yet, despite these massive changes from title to title, each Elder Scrolls game is still uniquely identifiable relative to other franchises. How many developers have attempted a Skyrim killer at some point in the past only to lose the sales race to another Skyrim re-release? So perhaps it's not ideal to call the Elder Scrolls an RPG franchise after all. Many companies make RPGs, but very few of them can compete with the Elder Scrolls. Perhaps instead of calling the franchise an RPG, it should be instead called Bethesda Games. Now that I've rambled on too long about player skill and character skill, I should probably elaborate on what exactly character skill entails, specifically leveling up. When creating a class, you choose 5 major skills and 5 minor skills to specialize in. For every 10 skill increases you receive across any of these skills, you will gain 1 level the next time you rest in a bed. Each level up allows you to increase 3 of your attributes. The amount you can increase each attribute is determined by how many skill increases you've had in skills governed by these attributes, up to a maximum of +5. Oblivion only saw slight tweaks to this system. Rather than 5 major and 5 minor skills, you select 7 major skills, with the rest being deemed minor. In Morrowind, major and minor skills determine your character leveling, with all skills determining attribute gains. In Oblivion, only major skills determine your character's level, with major and minor skills determining attribute gains. Skyrim then threw all of that out the window in order to create a new classless system. In a way, every skill can be considered your major skills. Increasing your skills will level your character based on the level that the skill is raised to, so leveling a skill from 15 to 20 won't provide as much experience towards leveling up as leveling a skill from 95 to 100. Leveling up can be done at any time, even mid-combat, and it's considered a pro tip to store level ups for emergency use. Attributes were once the reward for leveling up, but they have since been simplified into health, magicka, and fatigue, stats which previously increased after raising your attributes. Instead, the incentive to level your character is now perks. Each level up grants a perk point which can be allocated based on previously unlocked perks as well as minimum skill requirements. Perks in Skyrim are an example of a good system with poor implementation. The concept behind perks is that the player will feel as though they're gaining more from each level up than a negligible increase in stats. Perks are a way to introduce new mechanics to the player in a slow drip feed, rather than front-loading all the new information at once. The two-handed perk tree, for example, changes the properties of many of the player's power attacks. Sprinting power attacks deal critical damage, sideways power attacks will hit multiple enemies, backwards power attacks have a chance to paralyze the foe, and so on. The game could have included all of these abilities from the beginning of the game, but throwing a ton of new information at a player during the tutorial is almost a guarantee that they won't remember a majority of it. Additionally, gaining these abilities behind unlocks makes them more rewarding to use, as earning a new skill is inherently more interesting than starting with it. Of course, there's a careful balancing act of creating interesting unlockable features while still keeping the base kit engaging enough to pick up the skills in the first place. Skyrim has no classes, so the player never has to fully commit to a playstyle until they start leveling it and assigning perks. Since perks are unlocked with leveling skills, the player only commits to a skill after they've had ample opportunity to play around with the system. If you try to make a mage but then decide that magic isn't for you, there's no need to re-roll your character, and committing a few levels worth of perks into a skill you no longer use isn't nearly as much of a waste of having one or two major skills that you have no more interest in raising. Perks can also split up playstyles even within skill trees. Two characters who have both raised the same skills can end up with dramatically different playstyles due to the perks they've chosen. As an example, the Destruction skill tree has different perks for each type of destruction magic, split between Fire, Frost, and Shock. These differences in playstyle come as a result of differing levels of commitment. A player who specializes mainly in destruction magic won't have to choose a particular element and can master all three, but a player who's splitting their focus will get much more out of specializing. Unfortunately, I don't think Skyrim's perk system is robust enough to properly flesh out its individual skill trees. There's the potential to really make the player think about where they're distributing their perks, but many of the perks in Skyrim are simple stat increases that never feel especially impactful. Deal more damage, have more armor rating, deal more damage, use less magicka, deal more damage. There are a lot of perks that are simple statistical increases. The likely reason for this was to ensure that each skill had a roughly equal amount of perks in its tree, and to make sure that no individual perk was over or underwhelmingly strong. Each perk, after all, only costs one level up. Skyrim's leveling system, despite simplifying everything, is ultimately an improvement over that of Morrowind and Oblivion. For one, attributes govern skills, which raised attributes on level up. For example, raising your alchemy skill level increases the effectiveness of your alchemy skill, as well as potentially raising your intelligence. Raising intelligence, in turn, increases the effectiveness of your alchemy skill. It's a recursive system, only slightly salvaged by the fact that attributes typically have a secondary stat increase as well. Intelligence, in the previous example, also increases your maximum magicka as its secondary attribute. Of course, you don't have to raise attributes according to which attribute would have the highest increases, but doing so severely weakens your character in the long run. It's not a real choice when the best decision is signposted so clearly for you to make. So when Skyrim removed attributes, it didn't actually harm the leveling system, as the secondary effects still stuck around, meaning that leveling alchemy would still increase the effectiveness of your alchemy skill as before, but the player was still able to raise their maximum magicka as well. The player didn't lose a decision when they lost the extra options for their attribute allocation. At best, choosing your attribute on level up meant clicking the option with the biggest number next to it. At worst, it meant optimizing your level ups. Optimization and leveling is not only completely counterintuitive to a system that allows for player freedom within a genre that's all about player freedom, but it also encourages one of the least engaging ways to interact with the video game possible: grinding. Optimizing your level ups in Morrowind meant that the player needed to gain 10 levels in each skill governed by 3 different attributes. Since it only required 10 levels in major skills to level up, the player would ideally put over 2/3 of their skill gains into skills other than their selected major and minor skills. Since the player selected 10 skills for their class, and there were 27 skills in the game, this meant that, in an optimized leveling scenario, you should be giving less attention to each of your selective class skills than your miscellaneous skills. And if you think that's bad, that's only how messed up the leveling system was in Morrowind. Oblivion managed to make it even worse by introducing one famous mechanic: level scaling. The act of making a game's difficulty scale to the level of the player. Done well, it's a way to ensure that there is a constant challenge for the player, making each encounter feel as difficult to overcome as it is rewarding to do so. Done poorly, you get the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Morrowind only had limited level scaling. Items and enemies are for the most part static. Enemies will always have the same stats regardless of when you fight them. Some randomized loot is dependent on the player's level, but Morrowind's world is largely static in terms of its default difficulty. This came with its upsides as well as its downsides. It feels bad to enter a dungeon only to die to the first enemy and be forced to leave or reload an earlier save. But it feels much better to come back to that dungeon with stronger stats and better gear in order to clear a challenge that gave you trouble earlier. Enemy encounters that are too difficult are an opportunity to grow, whereas enemy encounters that are too easy are the reward for all your efforts so far. Another upside was the ability to accidentally stumble upon legendary artifacts early in the game. This felt incredible since you could blast through some early sections with this powerful item your character was barely skilled enough to wield properly. But this too came with the downside that on every other playthrough you would simply run to the artifact right away. The joy of discovery is something that you can only experience once. Morrowind's difficulty curve felt less like a curve and more like firing birdshot at a paper target. Sometimes you had difficult dungeons early on, sometimes you had trivial dungeons during the late game, but you also had many dungeons that felt tailored to your character's current level. In fact, you had these dungeons popping up more often than if dungeons had truly been placed randomly. The reason for this fact is that Bethesda was careful in considering when, where, and how players would be accessing dungeons. Low-level dungeons were placed near the beginning of the game around sight and need, and the player was often directed towards them as part of early quest chains. As you went deeper and deeper into a faction's quest line, the dungeons you would be pointed to became more and more challenging, following the player's increasing level. High-level dungeons were often, though not always, signposted as such. The architecture surrounding a Daedric ruin does a decent enough job of warning low-level adventurers to stay away. And if that wasn't enough, the entrances are usually swarming with tougher enemies than you'll find in other parts of the overworld. Oblivion has total level scaling. All enemies are scaled to your level, as are artifacts. This ensures a steady difficulty across the entire game. Every enemy encounter has the same level of challenge. Every quest reward feels like it's in the same tier relative to the rest of your gear. There is no tension in Oblivion. No matter what the game throws at you, you already have an idea of how difficult the encounter will be. Oblivion saw the uneven difficulty curve of Morrowind and viewed it as an obstacle, flattening it the way someone might straighten a crooked picture frame by burning their house down. If you can clear the tutorial dungeon, you can clear any other dungeon. Rather than risking the player experiencing the uncomfortable low points, Oblivion ensured that there were none to be had, but wiped out the dizzying highs as well. Skyrim kept the level scaling from Oblivion, but restrained it slightly. Most enemy stats no longer scale according to your level, but the types of enemy you encounter do. This isn't an even distribution though, and low-level enemies will continue to spawn alongside the tougher ones. Enemy gear also remains roughly static, and while this has little influence on how the enemy's stats such as armor rating scale, it does prevent Oblivion's annoying feature, where a bandit with armor valuable enough to buy multiple houses is willing to mug you for 100 gold. A few encounters, however, remain semi-static. These enemies will always be the same type no matter when you fight them, but their stats scale based on a percentage of your level, eventually capping. These static fights are reserved mostly for boss battles and quest NPCs, so the fights always have a proper amount of splendor, and only become trivial at incredibly high levels in the incredibly late game. Level scaling from a design standpoint makes perfect sense. If an enemy is too weak to challenge the player, it's not fun to blast through it without having to think. Likewise, if an enemy is too strong for the player, it's not fun to challenge it, but humans are hardwired to avoid loss whenever possible. Back when the Elder Scrolls was more of a CRPG franchise, if you couldn't defeat an enemy, it was pretty obvious. You could mathematically prove that your stats were insufficient and that you needed better gear before you could realistically win. As the franchise moved to become more action-oriented, however, the player was now expected to carry more of the burden of the challenge. If you can't beat a boss, maybe it's not that your character's stats are too low, maybe you just suck. Give it another try, things might turn out differently. Level scaling also supports the design philosophy of the Elder Scrolls. If the player is truly allowed to go anywhere at any time, there shouldn't be difficulty-based roadblocks. After all, what's the point of going anywhere if there's nothing you can do once you get there? And this cuts both ways. If the enemies are too powerful, the player won't make any meaningful progress. If the enemies are too weak, the player might make progress, but they won't get anything out of the experience. I'm not arguing that level scaling is a bad thing, rather the opposite. Level scaling is a good feature that keeps the game interesting for much longer, but the enemy stat line cannot be the only thing that scales. The complexity of the game has to increase alongside the other challenges. And that, too, comes alongside an increase in the number of tools available to the player to deal with these new challenges. It's not enough to simply give the player a stronger fireball and a higher level. The stronger fireball has to come with a trade-off. Perhaps it's less magicka efficient, has a slower travel speed, or the increased explosion radius runs the risk of self-damaging the caster. No matter what, the player's increasing power should be derived more from their increasing tool set than their increasing stats. So what does a good level scaling system look like? To create one, we can try to take some inspiration from the earlier titles, copying what went right and avoiding what went wrong. Morrowind is praised for its unscaled world and hand-placed loot, but the potential to ruin the game's difficulty curve for yourself by grabbing a high-level item at level 1 will always be present. Oblivion responded to this by removing high-level items from the game altogether until the player has reached a certain level, but this takes out the thrill of exploration, as you know that the new gear that you obtain will never be too exciting for new players. Skyrim's level scaling system was meant to improve on the system implemented in Oblivion, but still fell short in many of the same ways that Oblivion's did. There is, however, one system that both Oblivion and Skyrim had that should have intersected with the level scaling much more than it did. It's a system that gets talked about so seldomly it doesn't even have a cool name like level scaling, and these are minimum level requirements. Daedric artifacts in Skyrim are unleveled, meaning that they'll always have the same stats regardless of when you obtain them. These artifacts are also among the strongest in the game, so to prevent players from getting them early enough to trivialize the early game, the Daedric quests that enable you to obtain these artifacts are locked behind invisible level requirements. The hooks for these quests won't appear until the player reaches the minimum level for the quest. The dungeons that the player is sent to are also harder than the average dungeon, though the level of enemies inside is still scaled to that of the player, so the level scaling system does still take some of the tension out of these encounters. This system is perfect for creating a realistic degree of early game challenge while not accidentally catching new players off guard by throwing them into a dungeon they're not prepared to fight through. Though it does need one small change first, and that would be the removal of the hard level requirements. I'll give an example. Peryite is the Daedric prince associated with disease and pestilence. In Skyrim, once the player reaches a certain level, the random encounter table will begin to generate afflicted refugees, a type of NPC who directs you towards his shrine. At the shrine, you encounter Kesh, a worshipper of Peryite, who explains a bit about the Daedric Lord and tasks you with collecting certain ingredients to make a mixture that will allow you to commune with Peryite yourself. Peryite asks you to fight through a dungeon, kill a boss, etc., and rewards you with an artifact, a powerful shield with a one-of-a-kind ward effect. This quest normally requires that the player be level 12 before giving you the task of gathering the ingredients, but I think the quest could have been improved slightly by allowing the player even lower level access to it. Perhaps if the player stumbles upon this shrine on their own, Kesh will greet them and tell them that the sufficiently strong poison is needed to commune with the Daedric Lord. Any poison with a total strength of at least 100 points will work, so 35 health damage, 35 fatigue, 35 magicka would suffice. A poison this strong is something that a level 1 character is guaranteed not to be able to make. It's also something that a character won't be able to easily find in an NPC shop or randomly generated in a quest until they're much higher leveled. This type of prerequisite ensures that only properly leveled characters will be able to start the quest, or low-level characters who are specifically built around obtaining this item early. And of course, a typical way of starting this quest will still exist. Kesh will create the needed instance for you provided you gather the materials for him, though he won't have that option available until you're at least level 12 as before. Further changes to level scaling can also retain some of Morrowind's highs without making the game feel too restrictive. I'd like to see more static encounters within major quest lines, such as the main quest and faction quests. Gating the final challenge of these quests behind a non-scaled dungeon or boss fight ensures that the player feels like the end result is earned. It's a common complaint of Oblivion and Skyrim that the player is able to become the head of every major faction after clearing a few simple dungeons, and I think the fact that these dungeons are scaled to the player's level plays a big role in why people feel this way. If the final challenge of a faction quest line was an unscaled level 40 boss, the player would genuinely feel challenged by him if they rushed through the faction's quest line. But these factions could have a series of optional secondary objectives that make the boss battle a bit easier, either by recruiting more allies or weakening the boss's source of power. For example, imagine if Alduin could be fought significantly earlier in the main quest, but he's always level 50. He's also backed up by a few lieutenant dragons during the fight, so it's a 4-on-1 battle heavily stacked against the player. In order to even the odds, the main quest would have several side objectives, including performing tasks for the Greybeards, reforming the blades, and obtaining the Shout Dragon Rend. The Greybeards are insistent on remaining neutral in the conflict, as they don't trust that the Dragonborn will use the voice responsibly. Meditating with them and working through a series of quests that tells you more about their history will let them trust you, and as a reward, Parthenax might help you during the fight. The Blades could also have a series of quests involving tracking down former members who have gone into hiding and informing them that Skyhaven Temple is back in commission. Each member has some reason they can't return, whether that's that they have a new family they're caring for, they're being tracked by the Thalmor and don't want to lead them back to the Blades' hideout, or so on. A few of them can assist you in the battle against Alduin, with the strength of their gear being determined by how many Blades have returned to the temple. The Dragonbrin shout is, as well as the associated quests, also optional, though clearly something the player will want to seek out and find due to how much hassle it removes from dragon fights. Finally, each of Alduin's lieutenants can be fought individually at the peaks of Skyrim's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tallest mountains. So an ideal system would have the typical level scaling in order to provide context for the non-scaled encounters of the game. Quest lines become progressively more difficult as you go through them, but the non-static sections of the game ensure that the player always has access to challenges that are within their expected skill level to fall back on. It's possible to get in over your head by rushing a dungeon or quest line you're not prepared for, but it's also possible for a skilled or knowledgeable player to clear difficult sections early and be rewarded sufficiently for their efforts. It's often said that the journey is more important than the destination, and this bit of advice stays true in the Elder Scrolls. You can think of questing as the destination, with the path to that quest objective as the journey. Questing is one of the primary means by which the player is instructed to navigate their way through the game world. While it's nice to be dropped into an open world and told you can go wherever you want to, it is often better to have some sort of goal to achieve in your playthrough, whether it's an immediate short-term goal or something longer and more ambitious. This not only gives context to your later actions, but it can also create a starting point from which further exploration can be achieved. When so much of the game world is open from the very beginning, it's paralyzing to try and choose what to do first. Quests are a good way of guiding the player towards a specific early objective, so that other possibilities can reveal themselves to the player later. It's no wonder why every tutorial in the franchise ends by giving the player the first objective of the main quest, and that the main quest often tries to immediately direct the player towards a major city. On to those main quests. In Morrowind, when you first arrive in Sidequests, you are directed through the tutorial, which spits you out with a very simple and straightforward task. Find Keys Cosads and give him a coded message. There's no strong sense of urgency to this task, and players who aren't particularly fond of the Empire can probably justify not doing this, making the main quest completely avoidable. But for those who follow through with the task, you'll be directed to the first major town, Balmora. Balmora is an excellent starting city, as it's the seat of House Hlaalu, the most imperial-friendly of the major houses, and best to ease players into the unfamiliar culture of Vardenfell. Shortly after delivering this package, you are told in explicit terms to go grind your character up a bit and explore the world. Once again, the main quest tells the player to avoid the main quest, and that there are likely more interesting things to do. It justifies this by saying you need a cover story to explain your activities as an agent of the Blades, an Imperial spy organization. The next 5 tasks you are given involve finding an NPC and interrogating them about a specific aspect of the Nerevarine prophecy. These 5 people are a member of the Fighters Guild, Mages Guild, Thieves Guild, Morag Tong, and Tribunal Temple. This isn't by coincidence, as each of these NPCs is associated with one of the factions the player character has likely been pushed towards. I think it's a missed opportunity for each of the NPCs in question to have been more forthcoming with their information had the player been sufficiently high-ranked within their respective faction. It would have been an effective way of communicating just how important faction choice can be in opening new doors to the player. Once enough information is gathered, the big facade is dropped and the player is told that they may fulfill the Nerevarine prophecy. They may fulfill it. This is an important distinction where the player is never explicitly told that they are, in fact, the Nerevarine, only that they fulfill a few conditions of the prophecy. From here, the main quest opens up significantly, and the player starts receiving their first few genuinely dangerous missions. Whereas before, you were mostly made to stick to more populated areas, the player now has to travel to uncharted sections of the map and interact with an even more esoteric culture than before. They start going on raiding missions to purge 6 outpaces. exploring corpus sanctuaries full of diseased madmen, and even making excursions beyond the Ghost Gate. The main quest also opens up significantly from a story perspective, going from straightforward missions of go here, talk to this person, to vague objectives like finding a person who can interpret ancient religious text and solving coded messages to find missing people. By the end of the main quest, the player has single-handedly saved the world, brought peace to a war-torn continent, and cured cancer. When Dagoth declares himself a god during the final battle, it sounds less like a threat, and more like he's trying to plead with you, begging for his life. After all, what is a god compared to the Nerevarine? Morrowind's main quest is structured as a mystery. The first few quests in the line establish aspects of the setting and raise questions. From there, each quest the player clears gives them an answer. Not the answer, but an answer, one of many. What was the Nerevar's relationship to the Tribunal really like? What were the circumstances surrounding Nerevar's death? Is the player character truly the Nerevarine, or just some guy who happened to be in the right place at the right time? No correct answer is ever given to any of these questions. All you know is that you must stop the plans of Dagoth. The who, what, and the where are all given to the player over time, but the when, why, and how are what's left open for interpretation. The hook of this mystery is what drives a majority of the player's exploration. The more you learn about the world, the more you learn about yourself. Humans are driven by curiosity, and the ambiguity of many of Morrowind's plot points is enough to want the player to continue to engage with the game's world. Oblivion's main quest starts off with a much more, we'll call it a compelling hook. The fate of the Empire, and possibly the whole world, is in the player's literal hands before they even finish the tutorial. But even before that moment, there's already an unhealthy amount of reliance on prophecies and destiny. The Emperor mentions that he's seen you in his dreams and convinces his guards to let you tag along a prison escape, as it's your destiny to do so. Despite being apprehensive of you at first, the guards finally give you their complete trust after the Emperor is killed, which happens in a closed room with no one else around. I remember the first time I got to this quest. The Emperor had just been slain by an assassin, who I then, in turn, killed myself. Before I can even put away my sword, the remaining guards burst into the room to the sight of me standing over the body of the Emperor, a bloody sword in my hand. I thought they'd try to kill me on the spot for assassinating the Emperor, and that I would spend the first few hours trying to prove my innocence by tracking the real killers. Instead, I'm giving their total trust, gifted with one of the most important items in the entire world, and told where I can find the one person who can possibly save the Empire. Of course, this ends up going completely contrary to the idea behind the game in the first place. You are told that it's incredibly urgent that you go save the world, and yet the player is still free to wander around the world aimlessly while the apocalypse waits for them to get bored of picking flowers. Should the player decide that saving the world sounds like a fun time, they'll continue to the Waning Priory by following a red icon on their compass. It is at this point that you're tasked with finding Martin, which leads you to the first moment where you get to be a big hero and fight off the Daedric invasion. This many hours into a playthrough of Morrowind, the player might be dying to rats outside of Balmora, but by this point in Oblivion, the player is already given the title of Hero of Kvatch and told that it's their destiny to save all of Tamriel. After returning from this errand, you find out that the Amulet of Kings has been stolen because you're the only competent good person in this entire franchise. The next part of the main quest is an ordeal to track down the Amulet of Kings by finding out the location of a Mythic Dawn shrine. This is actually a great quest that not only reintroduces you to some of the characters you've met before who comment on how far you've come, but it also doesn't hold your hand in how you clear many of its objectives unless you want it to do so. If you want to try deciphering the books on your own, you can, but if that puzzle proves too difficult, one of the NPCs involved in the quest will spell it out for you after enough in-game time has passed. This section of the main quest represents everything about what the Elder Scrolls design philosophy could have been at its best. Approachable enough not to scare off casual players, but esoteric enough that it provides a satisfying challenge to players who want the challenge. The quest immediately following this one is great as well, though more so in theory than in execution. Infiltrating the Mythic Dawn and maintaining cover through the ceremony is a great idea on paper, though this section of the quest could have benefited from being longer and possibly having more side objectives that would unlock boons later on. The player would have to carefully weigh whether it's worth it to investigate further into the Mythic Dawn at risk of revealing themselves, or if they should just keep their head down until the ceremony starts. The rest of the main quest, though, is just a series of basic fetch quests and Oblivion gates, which, by this point, have more than worn out their welcome to the player. A few of the set pieces are memorable, but the allure of seeing them wears out quickly, especially on a second or third playthrough. If I had to describe the main quest of Oblivion with a single phrase, I would call it a power fantasy. Throughout the entire questline, the player is constantly made to feel like they're the big hero, and that the world's doomed without them. You're praised for every little action you do repeatedly throughout the game, to the point that being recognized as a hero of Kvatch starts to get annoying. It also harms the idea that the world exists without you, when nobody else seems to be able to play a very active role in keeping it around. I do like that the player isn't a chosen one in this title, but that the role instead belongs to Martin, and that the player is implied to be assisting him from the shadows, even though this idea is hurt by the very beginning of the game when the player is told that the Emperor's seen him in his dreams. Ultimately, Oblivion pays a lot of lip service to the idea that the player is accomplishing great deeds, but does very little to make it feel like you've actually accomplished much, only to look like you have. No matter the lengths you go to clear a quest, there's rarely a true sense of ingenuity to the solutions involved, and more often than not, you're simply following instructions someone else has come up with. This is a trend that, unfortunately, would continue on to the next title, as quests have become even more streamlined, and the player's feeling of accomplishment is prioritized over the player's actual achievements. The first several quests in Skyrim's main story are a promise that the game fails to deliver on, a promise that the story, while not being non-linear, will at least account for a large degree of player freedom, insofar as the player's choices are recognized by the game. In a moment that wonderfully mimics the other major faction quest lines, the player has to choose a side in an argument between an Imperial loyalist and a Stormcloak rebel. This argument occurs in the middle of a dragon attack, which you would think would be the bigger priority at the moment, but the characters are too blinded by their loyalties to care. No matter who you choose, the tutorial continues on as normal, though there are slight variations depending on who you chose earlier. These changes continue onward through the first few quests, with the NPC you followed accompanying you to Riverwood, with different bits of backstory told to the player about the surrounding areas. They teach you some things about Bleak Falls Barrow, they tell the player about the Standing Stones, they react to your choice, they guide you to Riverwood and show you where to pick up supplies, or you can separate from them and find as much or as little of that information out on your own as you choose to. The branching main quest quickly reconvenes as the player is funneled towards Whiterun, but not before the player can potentially be sent to Bleak Falls Barrow, the first major dungeon of the main quest. You end up going here anyway, but if you clear the dungeon prior to visiting Dragon's Reach for the first time, you're rewarded with a bit of extra dialogue acknowledging your preparedness, plus the reward of not having to backtrack. Bleak Falls Barrow isn't especially notable as a dungeon, and really serves as more of an extended tutorial for Nordic ruins than anything else. Most trap types you'll see at this point are introduced, with a disposable bandit serving as an example of how each trap works. A nameless bandit can be seen pulling the lever in the first spinning block room, who will then die to poisoned arrows. There's a hanging oil lantern positioned in such a way that it's actually difficult not to hit it with an arrow when aiming at the sleeping Draugr behind it, with sleeping Draugr being another mechanic the player has recently learned about. Arvel the Swift notably runs away from the player only to immediately be hit by a spiked wall, teaching the player about those too. He has a journal on his person that explains how the Dragon Claw puzzles work right before you loot the claw from his body. There's a mini-boss battle against a giant spider, but there's also a narrow doorway on either side of the room, ensuring that the player doesn't have to risk too much during the fight. Finally, the player is taught about word walls and that most dungeons will have a secret back exit that either loops around to the beginning or drops you off somewhere else. Importantly, Bleak Falls Barrow drops the player off on the opposite side of the mountain you entered from, facing away from where your next objective is. This gives the player a second chance to find the Standing Stones if they didn't before, while also providing a means to explore parts of the map you may have missed. The first path turn outside of Helgen will likely see many players turn right, and Bleak Falls Barrow shows you what was on the other side. The main quest from here becomes almost totally linear, failing to deliver on the raised expectations it created during the first hour or so. The cynic in me wants to attribute this to what I call the game reviewer design philosophy, where the bulk of the effort in a video game is put on the first few hours of gameplay, so that reviewers intending to write a review the day before the game is actually released will only have positive things to say about it. Though I should add that I don't actually believe anybody at Bethesda was walking up and down the offices demanding that attention shift their focus away from other aspects of the game in order to make the opening more appealing to game journalists. It's much more likely that they were simply trying to wow first-time players, as any developer would want to do. The main quest continues onward more or less linearly, resulting in a series of fetch quests from various dungeons that, while memorable at points, never deviate too far from the typical gameplay loop the character will be following anyway. There's a clear attempt at putting more effort into the dungeons that the players will be visiting as part of the main quest relative to dungeons outside of it, and some of these dungeons do benefit greatly from the fact that the player cannot visit them without certain prerequisites, such as the Whirlwind Sprint Shout. A few of the quests in this line also have a handful of amazing design moments that ultimately aren't enough to be wholly satisfying and end up leaving a wanting taste in the player's mouth. It's like eating a single piece of candy before you spill the rest of the bag onto a dirty floor. The best example of this comes from the quest Diplomatic Immunity, which tasks the player with infiltrating the Thalmor embassy in order to obtain more information on the return of the dragons. Diplomatic Immunity starts you out inside the Winking Skeevern Tavern in Solitude, where you meet an NPC named Malborn. He tells you that he'll be able to smuggle some of your supplies inside the embassy when he enters later. It would have been nice if the player was only able to give him a limited amount of goods, perhaps a certain number of items or a maximum carry weight. Something that forces the player to decide which of their items are most important to them. Is it worth it to forego your heavy armor in favor of bringing a few extra potions? Should you bring your enchanted staves, or will you get by with just magic? Sure, this would have given a disadvantage to certain character builds, such as those specializing in heavy armor, but I think it's fine for some character types to have an advantage in some situations by design. After dropping off your items, the player's inventory is taken away and you're put on a carriage to the embassy, where they meet with another guest before going inside. Your cover is nearly blown immediately before Malborn saves you, and you can retreat to mingle with the guests. The guests are a who's who of important people within Skyrim, from Jarls to merchants to business owners. Something that I found that many people are unaware of is the fact that the Jarls at this party will react differently to you if you are the thing of their respective holds. It's not just a few lines of dialogue either. They'll offer to make themselves useful to you as a distraction while you slip away into the back rooms. This gives players who have done a lot of side questing a reward for their efforts by giving them more options in an otherwise restrictive quest. Unfortunately though, this is one of the only points in the game with this level of reactivity, and it really doesn't amount to much. If the Dragonborn has no friends at this party, the local drunk will make a distraction for you anyway, so it's not like you saved much effort in the long run. The next part of this quest sees the players sneaking their way through the embassy searching for information. Or, if you're playing as an Altmer, you can simply walk past all the guards. There's a disguise function that exists in Skyrim, but only for this specific quest. The player can use a set of Thalmor robes to blend in with the guards, with the player's race determining how close they can get to guards before blowing their cover. Elven races have the most leeway, with High Elves being able to walk around unhooded and even talk to guards without blowing their cover. Human races can't get too close to guards, but if you keep your head down and keep moving, you usually won't have much of an issue getting by. And beast races are discovered to be traitors almost immediately, as their tails and head shape give them away instantly. It's a shame, though. There's this elaborate system of disguises with varying degrees of effectiveness in the game that's never used anywhere else. Imagine being able to don orcish armor to enter orc-owned mines as long as you stay out of sight, or dress as a member of the Forsworn to bypass many of their ambushes in the Reach. Or perhaps the player could wear armor of the enemy Civil War faction in order to more easily infiltrate their camps. Of course, all of these examples would require some mechanical reason to be useful, so the rules of orc strongholds would have to be tweaked to be less friendly to outsiders, Forsworn encampments would need something worth infiltrating them for outside of combat loot, and there would have to be more Civil War quests that require subterfuge. Skyrim continues the trend that Oblivion started and commits more fully to the divide between a more encompassing yet loosely connective narrative compared to a more directly told story. The opening scene drives this fact home, with an admittedly very cool spectacle of escaping Helgen as it's destroyed by a dragon. The main quest then takes you from set piece to set piece, piling on many memorable moments that as a whole don't really make too much sense. Skyrim's writing style has a heavier focus on spectacle than story. Escaping Helgen is memorable, and so is being brothers in bonds with Ulfric Stormcloak himself. But why doesn't the Empire execute him first if he's clearly the most dangerous person there? The first dragon fight at the Western Watchtower is a memorable moment, but if you visit the Watchtower before then, you can see that it's already basically destroyed anyway. Fighting your way out of the Rift and sewers, breaking into the Thalmor Embassy, uncovering the secrets of Cardspire are all fascinating set pieces, but the entire plot revolving around the Blades results in almost no true revelation, aside from the discovery that a shout exists, which the player could have just as easily learned about from the Greybeards. Despite all of this, I don't necessarily think that Skyrim's main quest is terrible. It focuses heavily on having a few key memorable moments, and it at least manages to succeed in the execution of those set pieces. Even if the journey was tedious and at times nonsensical, the destination more than made up for the hiccups along the way. In the moment-to-moment gameplay, you might not even notice how inane many of the plot points are, because blasting your way out of the Thalmor Embassy with a conjured battle axe is too much fun to focus on the plot holes that got you there. Regardless of entry, the main questline of each Elder Scrolls game primarily serves a single purpose, and that purpose is to facilitate exploring the entire continent. Each of the main quests will have the player visit nearly every major town at some point, or at the very least go nearby. When they're done well, they also encourage the player to interact with the different cultures and factions within the game world, so this is only in theory. Morrowind's main quest encourages the player to ask different members of each faction for advice or information at varying points throughout the game, directing them all around the continent, starting with the more civilized areas and major cities, then asking them to explore the outer Gracelands, and finally the area inside the Ghost Gate. Just playing through the main quest will introduce you to every major faction at some point, while also having you travel to almost every geographical region. It's up to the player whether they want to engage with the main quest exclusively, or if they'll find a random point of interest along the way and explore that instead. That point of interest may be a burial tomb, it could be an entire faction quest line. Oblivion's main quest is the weakest in this regard. It takes you to quite a few locations, but outside of a small part of one quest, you're never expected to interact with any of the major factions. This is a real shame, since I, as well as many others, believe that Oblivion's faction quest lines were some of the strongest in the franchise. Having the main quest intersect and possibly even interact with these would have gone a lot further in establishing just how far-reaching the consequences of the Mythic Dawn's actions are. Skyrim's main quest was much better about making the player explore the world and interact with its factions. Not only is more of the world explored, but the player interacts with other factions not just through brief intersections, but through entire subplots. One rather infamous quest is when the player has to call a truce to the ongoing civil war, a subplot which only occurs if the player hasn't already finished that quest. Faction quest lines are typically the means by which a series of quests are given out. They can be thought of as multiple smaller quests that make up a larger chain. Or, to stick with the journey and destination metaphor from earlier, faction quest lines are a long journey with multiple stops. Each destination is building towards the next one, and the whole experience should ideally be greater than the sum of its parts. In Morrowind, there are 10 unique factions the player is able to join that have substantial quest lines and are not mandatory for the main quest. 5 are associated with Dunmer culture, and 5 are associated with the Imperials. 3 of them are great houses, and each of these is mutually exclusive from the other 2. Barring a specific bug, you can only join one of them on your playthrough, and this will lower your disposition with the others. 2 of these factions are religious in nature, though interestingly, neither is exclusive from the other. You've likely noticed that the earlier counts add up to much more than 10, and this is because there is considerable overlap between many of the factions. House Telvanni and the Mages Guild are both factions that primarily focus on magic, but these factions work in opposition to one another, and there's even a quest for the Mages Guild to assassinate the leadership of House Telvanni. Naturally, you can't complete this quest and still be in the good graces of the other House Telvanni members. Therefore, faction choice in Morrowind is based not only on your character's skill set, but their moral alignment as well. A character who uses stealth and marksman might find themselves at home in the Thieves Guild, unless they disagree with the Legion's more imperialistic views, in which case you'll find better company in House Lalu. On the other hand, an Empire-friendly character might find themselves joining the Mages Guild, even if they aren't especially proficient with magic, if only to have access to cheaper alchemist and teleportation services. Progression through these factions is based on the character's loyalty as much as it is their skill. Every time you complete a quest for a faction leader, you will gain some disposition with members of that faction depending on how well you follow the instructions. Some quests are straightforward, with little room for error, but other quests have a bit of ambiguity, especially once they deal with other factions. Often, you'll find yourself having to steal from or even outright kill a member of another faction at the request of one of your superiors. Obviously, doing so will make it more difficult to progress in the other faction, so you'll have to either tread carefully with political matters in order to stay in as many people's good graces as possible, or you'll need to strongly consider where your loyalties lie. That's not to say it's impossible to become the head of multiple factions in Morrowind, it's just difficult to do so. There are generally more quests available than there are quests required for the maximum promotion, so if you encounter a quest late enough into a line that you don't want to do for whatever reason, there's nothing forcing you to do it. House Soule is one of the 3 great houses the player can join. They value monetary gain over everything else and were the quickest to adapt to the arrival of the Imperial Legion to Vvardenfell. House Soule lives in harmony with many of the other often antagonistic factions in the game, although this is due in large part to their desire for positive trade relations than many altruistic reasons. Still, reasoning aside, House Soule is probably the least openly xenophobic of the Dunmer great houses, but being the least racist Dunmer is barely an accomplishment. Many members of House Soule are susceptible to bribery, and it's not difficult to maintain a good relationship with them so long as you keep them rich in the process. Quests for House Soule often involve protecting their financial interests, whether that's through sabotaging rival businesses, negotiating trade deals, or by assassinating targets who refuse to pay up. It's difficult to think of House Telvanni as a faction, at least not in the traditional sense. In most factions, assaulting or robbing a fellow member will result in an expulsion, which requires you to make amends to rejoin in good standing. In House Telvanni, assault and robbery are standard practice. If you steal something from a member of House Telvanni, they don't have a right to complain, as if it were that valuable in the first place. They would have protected it better. And killing higher-ranking members is the typical way to gain rank. That said, House Telvanni is able to function this way because there's very little cohesion within the faction itself. Most members are simply wizards who want to be left alone and accrue massive amounts of magical artifacts. The only true similarities across the faction are the fact that they like magic and hate everyone else. Even Telvanni architecture is designed to be as inaccessible as possible, with long vertical towers that only people with access to levitation can even navigate. The members of the faction view you as being beneath them, and many quests are mundane tasks that the quest giver can't be bothered to do themselves. It's not until you've advanced a bit further that they start giving you more substantial chores, and this is less out of respect and more because they realize that you'll probably kill them to take their job if they don't give you some reason not to. The last of the 3 great houses is House Redoran. House Redoran extols the virtues of duty, gravity, and piety. Most of the early Redoran quests give no reward, or very little reward for their completion. Most of these quests also involve helping out the less fortunate, or defending your house's honor. Other quest lines have the player working in some sort of mercenary capacity, offering up their skills in exchange for money or goods. But in House Redoran, you are performing good deeds for the sake of having performed a good deed, rather than because you want some reward. Naturally, being the most honorable of the 3 houses, they have by far the least territory and are struggling to maintain a strong foothold in Vvardenfell. The Imperial Legion's activities within Vvardenfell are as unpopular as their activities in any territory that they don't own but still claim to. Upon their arrival, they immediately began telling other people what religion to follow, what laws were moral and just, and began to claim the natural valuable resources as their own. Oh, say, can you see what the real-world analogy for the Imperial Legion is? That's right, the Romans. Most questing within the Imperial Legion involves saving the faction's face from some sort of diplomatic embarrassment. Whether that's against people flaunting their laws or simply a matter of settling an honor dispute, the Legion is quick to make enemies, but also quick to make friends. It's a surprising breath of fresh air from the Dunmer houses, which prefer to assassinate their enemies over minor infractions or hold on to the grudge for 200 years. Ultimately, the Legion has its heart in the right place, even if their flag isn't. Of the Imperial-controlled factions, the Fighters Guild is probably the most mundane and inoffensive of the group. They're an organization of people who serve as muscle for hire, and largely try to avoid associating with politics, but in the world of Tamriel, that's usually impossible to do. Quests for the Fighters Guild are incredibly straightforward, and they make up the bulk of the go here, kill this content in the game. Despite the assumption that the Fighters Guild would likely not be too involved in politicking, the savvy player will find that at least a few of the contracts they're given are suspicious, especially the contracts given from the Vivek Guildhall. Sure enough, you find out that the Fighters Guild is under a schism of sorts between the old and new leadership, with the new leadership being involved in heavily with the Kimono Tong. It's unfortunate that the Fighters Guild schism is less of a real split and more of a good guys versus bad guys ordeal, but I suppose players looking to join the Fighters Guild weren't joining for the storytelling or decision-making in the first place. I'm aware that the Kimono Tong are hostile towards Outlanders, but still think it's a missed opportunity not to flesh out the faction a bit more, and allow the player to side with them, even if it's as an underling through a puppet organization. The Mages Guild is a guild dedicated to the procurement and proliferation of magical knowledge. Despite their lofty ambitions, much of what you do for them is still tied to bureaucratic middle management, as is the norm for any faction with such a heavy affiliation with the Empire. Still, their opinions and views on how magic should be accessible brings them into constant conflict with House Telvanni, who views magic and access to magic as something that should remain exclusive to the elite. The leader of the Mages Guild within Vardenfell is Trebonius Artorius, a man who received his position not because of any particular affinity for magic, but because he knew and sucked up to the right people. As a man of no particular talents for delegation, he throws the absurd task at you of discovering what caused the disappearance of the dwarves. This is meant to be a snipe hunt, something to get you out of his hair, and the addition of the quest to your log is more of a teaching moment than a real quest. The impression you're meant to receive is one of a man telling you to leave him alone, though it's satisfying to venture through multiple dwarven ruins in order to gather ancient books, cross-reference sources, and find people who can translate the documents from their original language. A crafty player can eventually clear this quest, and despite not being offered anything tangible for doing so, the reward of watching this haughty, indifferent man realize that you've gone completely over his head is satisfying enough. I'm glad this quest exists in the game, as it shows just how powerful intrinsic rewards can be. Not only does the quest teach you a lot about the faction just by existing, but the fact that you don't get a reward for completing it because the quest giver didn't expect you to reinforces that idea. The Thieves Guild is not much of a guild. They don't have established guild halls, they don't sell a public service, and they don't have anything remotely similar to an official charter. The only thing they have is a set of rules and a loose association with one another. You might wonder how a Thieves Guild of all things can even exist in civilized society, especially when everybody knows about its existence. The in-universe explanation for this is the fact that the Thieves Guild functions as a sort of regulatory body for criminal activity. Governments only tolerate the Thieves Guild insofar as it would be too much of an effort to try to eradicate them, and the Thieves Guild gives them kickbacks in the form of bribes and protection. There's a code of honor among thieves, most notably one that prohibits and punishes the act of murder, and since the Thieves Guild is constantly trying to prevent competition, that code of honor is likely the only thing stopping the guards from putting a stop to the entire operation. I'll elaborate on the idea of criminal tolerance in the later sections of this video, but I thought I'd mention it now if only to provide not just a bit of context for that section, but to establish a bit about the Thieves Guild in Morrowind. The guild is barely up and running in Vardenfell as of the events of Morrowind, and they receive a considerable amount of competition from their established rivals in the Kimono Tong. While many of the quests are simple fetch quests that involve some sort of optional criminal activity, the later quests will have the player establishing defenses and infrastructure for the guild itself. You hire battle mages for protection, create sentry bots, and wipe out some of the more aggressively unfriendly members of other factions. But by far the most important quest given to the player in the Thieves Guild is also likely one of the first quests they'll receive from it. Sugar Lips Habasi asks you to procure a diamond for her, and directs you to where you might find one, sitting on the shelf of a local alchemy shop. This is nearly impossible for a low-level thief to do without significant knowledge of the game's mechanics, and it's hard to grab it without incurring a bounty early on when these type of things can be devastating. The quest is meant to teach the player to think more proactively, and also establishes that quest givers are rarely picky. If you need to find a diamond, any diamond will do, even when you purchase legitimately from the shopkeeper you were supposed to steal it from. The Imperial cult follows in the light of the Nine Divines, the deities people who have played the later titles will be most familiar with. It's a bit strange seeing them here in such a limited form, but it makes sense given the setting. The quests for this faction are largely uninteresting. Most are simple fetch quests that don't actually require a specific item and therefore can be cleared all in one trip if you're prepared enough. The one quest chain that makes this faction substantial is the chain given by the Oracle in Ebonheart. Each of her quests is a vague prophecy based on a vague vision with vague instructions on where to go, but they each result in the player obtaining a powerful enchanted item. Opposite the Imperial cult is the Tribunal Temple, following in the grace of Alchemy. Naturally, they are opposed to the player as a claimant to the title of Narration, at least for part of the main quest. The Tribunal Temple is unique in that they're one of the most difficult factions to join outright. Before you can officially be inducted, they task you with performing a pilgrimage to 7 holy sites throughout the island. Each of these sites asks the player to perform some type of task or to donate the specified item outlined in the book The Pilgrim's Path. Just joining the faction requires the player to have some knowledge on the religion they're pledging to serve. Even if it is a bit heavy-handed, I still think that this is a great integration of gameplay and narrative. Many of the quests for the temple fall under the category of cool in theory. Hearing about the quest secondhand always makes them sound much more interesting than they actually are. An example of this quest is Silent Pilgrimage, in which the player must make a journey to the opposite side of the continent without speaking to another person. Since this locks you out of most forms of fast travel, the majority of the journey will need to be done on foot or some creative use of teleportation scrolls. It's a perfect example of a quest that's interesting to think about, but lacks a lot of the excitement that a quest should have. After all, a quest is simply a means to encourage exploration, but without the ability to speak, there's very little that the player can actually do during this excursion. The Morag Tong is a cult dedicated to the worship of the Daedric prince Mayfala. They worship by committing acts of murder, though these aren't just senseless bouts of violence. Members of the Morag Tong receive writs, which are a legal form of assassination. If you're caught killing somebody, you can approach a guard and present the writ you received to remove the bounty, though regardless of whether or not you do, you'll still receive less of a disposition bonus for being caught at all. The Morag Tong questline doesn't have much of a connecting thread throughout. While the writs you receive generally become progressively more difficult as you advance in rank, there's very little connecting one to any other. It's fine due to the nature of the faction, but if even the Fighters Guild can have a seamlessly integrated storyline in their quest, surely one of the more established factions should be able to manage this as well. At the very least, I would have liked a quest or two dealing with an Imperial officer morally opposed to the idea of state-sanctioned killing who's trying to convince the Legion to crack down on it. You'd be given a few quests not to kill the officer, but to kill some of the people close to him, as murdering him might prove the point and turn him into a martyr. It's a decent metaphor for the conflict as a whole. The Morag Tong can trace its roots back to the very founding of Morrowind. Although the traditions may seem strange to an outlander, they have a respected backing as a neutral party in various inter-house conflicts, and are viewed as legitimate by the existing government alongside institutions such as slavery. Something like this would have gone a long way in fleshing out the world, the factions, and giving the player something to consider about the implications of the other laws as well. Morrowind's guild quests followed a loose structure which can be attributed to the way they were established mechanically. You unlock new quests in the chain by ranking up, which is done by clearing quests as well as meeting minimum skill requirements. Individual quests are designed less around building a narrative, but rather are designed around introducing different facets of the faction that you're working for. While individual quests are rarely especially memorable, most involve traveling to a location, finding an item, killing an enemy, traveling back, the individual quests are not what's meant to be memorable. Instead, the feeling of the quest line as a whole is what players are meant to engage with. You don't remember many of the quests, nor do you remember the NPCs who gave them to you, but you remember the faction as a whole because they get enough development for players to continue to have favorites to this day, as the factions were designed not around what tasks you do, but what kind of person would want to do those tasks. If you like mafia films, you might like House Lalu. If you like magic and hate people, you might like House Telvanni. If you want to roleplay as a Robin Hood-esque character, the Thieves Guild has a questline for you. And if you're the type of person who joins a homeowners association and calls the police on a child lemonade stand for operating without a license, you can join the Imperial Legion. Oblivion removed much of the political intrigue from factions by refusing to pit them against one another. Whereas in Morrowind, factions would occasionally have conflict with other factions, Oblivion relied on dedicated bad guys for each faction to oppose, rather than letting the player choose one side of a conflict. This had the result of making the world seem flatter and less interconnected, as each of the factions seemed to live in its own separate bubble from the rest of the world. One other decision removed was which factions to join. Whereas a player in Morrowind might join a faction depending on their personality and allegiances, a player in Oblivion will join factions based on which skills they're most proficient in. Or, they can simply join every faction in the game. Another feature of faction progression that has been removed are the skill and attribute prerequisites for advancement. Now, advancement is done through clearing quests for the faction, and your skills have no bearing on your rank. Worse still, is that much of the action relies very little on relevant abilities, so there's not much of a motivation to even raise the skills in the first place. The Mages Guild has presence in Cyrodiil, and as expected, it's much more prevalent closer to its Imperial base. The jewel of the Mages Guild is the Arcane University, located near the Imperial City. While admission to the Mages Guild is open to all who apply, admission to the university is only available to those who receive a recommendation from each of the guild halls. Receiving these recommendations is almost a great series of quests. For one, it establishes that the Arcane University is a genuinely exclusive location. Getting the recommendations makes the reward feel much more deserved than simply walking in the front door. In theory, the player cannot gain access to the Arcane University unless they gather 7 recommendations, each of which proves that they have proficiency in some school of magic. In practice, only a few of these quests are even remotely magically aligned, and any type of player can clear the quest without casting a single spell. An example of when this is done well is the Cheydinhal recommendation quest, where the player has to retrieve a cursed ring from the bottom of a well. If the player specializes in alteration magic, they can cast water breathing or feather on themselves to make this quest much easier. It's not mandatory to use magic, but it helps out a lot. The Anvil Mages Guild has you track down a serial killer who's been attacking merchants along the road. It also gives you 2 temporary companions to help hunt them down. The implication is that you are meant to use restoration magic to help keep them alive, but because of how followers behave, you usually have to do most of the fighting yourself. If every one of the recommendation quests was like this, the early Mages Guild quest lines would have been fantastic, but unfortunately, these are the exception rather than the rule. The Skingrad recommendation quest, for example, requires the player to track down a mage who has locked himself in a dungeon to practice his destruction magic away from the guild hall, only to be overrun by zombies. You're given a fireball spell to help fight the zombies and are tasked with rescuing him from the cave. Zombies are naturally resistant to magic. They are weak to fire, but it's still limiting to what destruction magic you can use. A blatantly better option would have been to populate the cave with ghosts instead, as they are immune to normal weapon damage. A low-level character would have been forced to use magic to clear this quest, since they likely don't have access to silver or enchanted weapons at that point. While the first half of the Mages Guild quests have a lot of missed potential, the second half of the quest line beginning when the player enters the Arcane University isn't any better. The overall story deals with fighting a group of necromancers who oppose the guild for outlawing their practice. For a while, you do some questing that is typical of a faction, though none of the missions are especially connected, until a group of necromancers shows up at the end and starts killing mages for no reason. Soon, the focus of the quest lines shifts to hunting necromancers, and eventually you kill their king. The Mages Guild questline is one of the most disappointing in the game, since there's nothing especially magical about it. There are 1 or 2 points where you're required to cast magic spells, but the developers were so worried players might miss out on content this way that they usually placed a chest full of scrolls nearby in case the players missed anything. Most of the quests are simple dungeon dives, and you never get that good of an idea of what the Mages Guild actually does beside asking the player character to solve their problems. One missed opportunity is to let the player take a stance at all during the story. At roughly the midpoint of the questline, the player might have been tasked with investigating further into the Necromancer's cult, and they would have been directed to a few members who are already leading an investigation. Once they uncover the truth, it's revealed that many members of the Mages Guild are already practicing necromancy in secret, and that they disagree with the direction that the guild has been headed as of late. They claim that necromancy is as legitimate a form of magic as any other skill, and that the guild leadership banned it out of ignorance. The player can then choose whether to side with the necromancers or to side with the guild and root them out. The Thieves Guild is, as before, not a traditional guild. They don't have a guild hall, they don't offer a service, and the Imperial Guard is actively trying to root them out. Despite this, it's one of the most realized factions in the entire game. Firstly, they don't just let anybody in. It takes some effort to even confirm that the Thieves Guild exists. You have to follow a trail of rumor and hearsay to connect the dots enough to find their meeting place, or stumble upon the right place and right time by total accident. Then, to become initiated properly, you have to prove your competence by competing in a race against the other prospective members. Progression in the Thieves Guild is done in a very natural and convincing way. Rather than your rank increasing with the number of quests you've done, your rank increases with the amount of loot you've fenced. The more money you make for the Thieves Guild, the more respect you get from other members. Because of this, when you make it to the top ranks by the end of the quest line, you genuinely feel like you've earned your position. The advancement quests themselves also give a great feel for how the faction functions. When the usual meeting place is overrun by guards, you're tasked with performing a high-profile theft from somewhere they've stopped guarding. When one of the guards gets too close to discovering the entire operation, you forge a letter to get him reassigned. Earlier in the video, I raised and then answered a question on how the Thieves Guild can possibly operate in civilized society, and Oblivion has its own answers to this question. Being as close as they are to the center of Imperial law in Tamriel, the Thieves Guild has to operate under significantly more scrutiny than ever. Their response is to function as sort of a Robin Hood organization, only stealing from those with excess and giving to the poor. There have been some complaints about how the Thieves Guild is full of unambiguously good people, but given that the setting and how relentless the guards in Cyrodiil can be, it makes sense that they would be on their best behavior, at least best behavior for a group of thieves. The Dark Brotherhood is one of the edgiest factions in the franchise, and it absolutely basks in this knowledge. The only way to join is by committing an act of murder and then being contacted, so there's no way to join if you don't have the moral standing for it. Progression in the Brotherhood is done by killing the targets assigned to you, and there's a chance at greater rewards for each quest should the player meet certain requirements within each contract, such as remaining undetected, or performing the kill in a certain way. The story, the characters, and everything else about the Dark Brotherhood sounds like something a mentally disturbed 13-year-old would write in the margins of his school notes before getting put on so much Ritalin that he stops responding to his own name, and it's significantly better for it. There's no ambiguity about what you are doing. You are a contract killer, and the game doesn't try to sugarcoat this fact. The individual quests are also among the best in the franchise, with the extra objectives adding just enough challenge as to reward mastery of the game's systems without feeling so restrictive that you feel like you're being railroaded towards a certain experience. The quest line is linear, but due to the player's role within the Dark Brotherhood, the experience doesn't suffer for this. It fumbles quite a bit during the dead drop section towards the end, and I would say that the whole quest line drags on longer than it needs to, a problem which could have been solved by allowing the player to perform multiple contracts at the same time. Ultimately, the Dark Brotherhood is a faction that knows exactly what type of player would be interested in, and what that type of player would want out of the experience, and delivers on it perfectly. The Fighters Guild is one of the most mercenary of the factions and opens their membership to anybody willing to get their hands dirty. Of all the criticisms I've levied toward the factions in Oblivion, this is the faction that can get away with checking off most of them. They do odd jobs for money, and the player spends most of the quest line doing odd jobs and receiving money. The faction promises very little, and it over-delivers on that promise with the Blackwood Company plotline, which explores which lines the Fighters Guild isn't willing to cross in the name of their duties. There's an obvious missed opportunity for the Blackwood Company to get a bit more fleshing out during the quest line. Its history is also somewhat of a missed opportunity. Imagine if the Blackwood Company was just a group of disgruntled ex-Fighters Guild who started their own company in order to get higher profits. Instead of wiping them out, you could recruit a majority of their members, using your brief time with them to pick out who would integrate well into the guild and who's too unscrupulous to be trusted. The only thing that I can really say about Oblivion's Fighters Guild is that it's inoffensive, for better and worse. I can't fault it for too much, but it's not really a questline that stands out as being especially memorable either. I should also talk about the arena, since that technically counts as a faction quest chain, but there isn't too much about this faction that doesn't hold true from any of the others. It's a series of quests about fighting in an arena. You spend much of the questline fighting in the arena. There's an optional excursion outside of it, but everything else about the faction is as straightforward as players going into the questline will expect. The only real complaint I have with the arena is that the enemies are scaled to the player's level. I know that the rest of the game is also scaled, but this feels like the one part of the game where they could have gotten away with set levels for the enemies, so low-level players can't simply rush down the entire arena questline in a few hours. The side factions in Oblivion are very hit and miss, often both within the same faction. Progression is still gated behind completing earlier quests as well as having a few other secondary objectives. These quest lines have points where they open up what for the most part are fairly linear. There's a middle ground struck between a continuous storyline and separate self-contained quests, but I feel as though Oblivion doesn't strike a very good balance between the two. Most faction quest lines send you on a linear series of tangentially related tasks, only for whatever ongoing plot there is to rear its head by sheer contrivance. Most of these tasks are just generic jobs that could have been assigned to any member of the faction, but then the writing relies too heavily on the ongoing storylines and not enough on the faction itself for the player to ever really care about who it is that they're working for. In the end, Oblivion's faction quest lines are as underwhelming as the main quest itself is, though the experience of the factions is completely carried by the unique character dialogue and personality put into your fellow faction members. Skyrim represented a shift in the design philosophy of questing, and the faction quest lines were no exception to this. Whereas before, quests were a means to facilitate exploration, something to push players towards the fun parts of the game, Quests were now the endpoint of your exploration, the reason you were playing in the first place. Questing went from the start of your journey to the end. Additionally, Bethesda elaborated on what erosion to faction choice Oblivion had made, and this time around players are actively encouraged to join as many factions as possible. It's difficult to avoid having large quest lines tossed into your lap, added into your quest log to sit forever or until you decide to humor the quest giver. The factions themselves have had their titles changed, though the essence of what you'll be doing is still largely similar to previous entries. For example, there is no Mages Guild in Skyrim, but there's still a guild for mages. There is no Fighters Guild, but there is a guild for fighters. This is due to the Civil War questline, specifically the fact that the Empire has a weakening grip on the province of Skyrim, one that can potentially be severed by the end of the story. The Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood have returned both in essence and in name, but they're shown to be in dire straits as neither faction was ever officially recognized and chartered by the Empire anyway. Perhaps that's the best place to start. Despite being a faction that revels in mystery and obfuscation, it's almost impossible not to find your way into the Dark Brotherhood. Every barkeep in the game directs you to them, and walking around Windhelm will eventually have the player overhearing two NPCs loudly discussing that the Dark Brotherhood has been contacted. While it may seem as though I'm complaining about this, the total lack of secrecy is actually written into the faction's lore remarkably well. Normally, when the Black Sacrament is performed, the Night Mother hears of it and the listener is told about the details. In this case, though, there is no listener, so the Dark Brotherhood has had to rely exclusively on word of mouth for their contracts. So the fact that the player has heard of the Dark Brotherhood so many times, specifically about the fact that Aventus Aretino is trying to contact them, supports the logic behind how the Dark Brotherhood has managed to stay intact over the years. The quests themselves are a fine break from the typical dungeon delving that you're usually forced to do, even if Bethesda couldn't help but include a Dwemer Ruin with the boss battle anyway. As with the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood, each contract has a secondary objective that can be completed for an additional bonus, though many of these bonuses are just check marks that the player has no reason to avoid doing anyway. In Oblivion, you would have optional objectives such as performing an assassination without being detected, which was easy for some characters but difficult for others. In Skyrim, most of the side objectives only required killing the target at a specific time or place, something that didn't require any particular skill set. It's more accessible this way, but the reward feels less valuable since it's no longer something that you have to either build your character around or come up with some creative means of achieving. A great part of the Dark Brotherhood questline is the individual contract section. These contracts have no bearing on the main plot of the Dark Brotherhood and are simply a side objective for players to work through in between other plot moments. They become progressively more difficult as you turn in more of them, though they're still not too much of a challenge overall. You also receive them in batches, so much of the tedium of traveling to and from the sanctuary is eliminated, and the player can instead plan much longer excursions, potentially taking care of multiple targets in a single trip. Because the contracts you perform are split up in this way, the main part of the Dark Brotherhood is able to be significantly shorter relative to that of Oblivion, without feeling as though there's less to do. The overall story is underwhelming at the best of times and nonsensical at the worst, but most of what I have to say about the story of the Dark Brotherhood applies to all of the faction quest writing, so I'll save that for a section at the end. Without the air quotes support of the Empire, the Thieves Guild in Skyrim is in dire straits as it struggles to maintain a hold on the criminal underworld that it had in games past. This is due in part to the Empire's weakening grip on Skyrim and therefore the lack of legitimate sources to pry for influence, and in part due to the overall despondence Nords have when it comes to criminal activity, which is viewed as dishonorable. Nah, I'm just messing with you, it's because of a curse placed on them by a Daedric Lord. One of the most baffling moments in all of Skyrim occurs near the very end of the main quest, when the player is about to enter Sovngarde's Hall of Valor. When justifying your request to enter, one of the potential options is by right of plunder, as a Nightingale of Nocturnal. Soon chastises you for saying this, claiming that your accomplishments done in the name of the Thieves Guild are somehow less legitimate than the other options, such as the Companions. It's strange though. The Companions are a faction about diving into dungeons and killing Draugr, while the Thieves Guild is a faction about diving into dungeons and killing Draugr. Anyway, back to the Thieves Guild. It starts you out by shaking down Riften residents for debts, with the nice added detail that the gold is actually secondary and it's more about sending a message. Each of the debtors has some kind of weakness that can be exploited to make them give in. if you don't want to immediately resort to roughhousing. I only wish that the player wasn't explicitly told what the weaknesses were and that they had to ask around to figure them out instead, though it's still a nice touch to what could have otherwise been a very straightforward quest. The actual missions on the Thieves Guild quest chain start out equally as strong. The content and level layout rewards cleverness and planning such that the player actually feels like a thief. There are penalties to running in and killing everything that moves, there are secondary objectives that reward skilled and careful players, and there are even tertiary items that players can pick up along the way for the added bonus. Unfortunately, this quality doesn't last through the rest of the quest chain, and by the time the player reaches the end of the Thieves Guild, most of what you'll be doing entails fighting your way through dungeons. The Thieves Guild also has side missions, which are handled in a non-linear fashion. The player performs small odd jobs in each hold, which lead up to a grand heist at the end, and my god, it is the worst thing imaginable. You don't get to decide which of these jobs you're given, instead having it assigned at random. The jobs are simple, requiring you to fast travel to a location, click on a chest or an NPC or a book, then fast travel back. I cannot imagine doing these without fast travel. They are laughably straightforward quests that do nothing to flesh out the faction, nothing to introduce character or conflict, or even reward some kind of ingenuity on the player's behalf. It's so boring, it almost feels like you're being punished for trying to progress the Thieves Guild questline. If these were the type of jobs that the player received when they first joined the faction, it might be a bit more forgivable, but even then, the amount the player has to go out of the way to clear them just makes you question if 100% completion is even worthwhile. It's a shame. I love the idea of having a larger quest gated behind completion of much smaller ones. This is something that Morrowind gets endless praise for. But the implementation in Skyrim is so obnoxious that it makes me wish I were doing Draugr dungeon dives instead. This part of the Thieves Guild represents everything wrong with Skyrim's Radiant quest system. I think the worst part is that this whole issue could have been pretty easily circumvented. Just have a dedicated dead drop location in each of the major cities, and when the player first joins the Thieves Guild, have these locations pointed out to them. You enter a town, head to the dead drop location, pick up a task, complete it within a few minutes, and 12 in-game hours later, the dead drop now has a new task and a bit of gold. This fits well into the typical Explore Dungeon City gameplay loop that players are already participating in, and goes a long way towards making the player feel like a member of the organization, rather than the sole contributing member. For the cleanest representation of what the Nords of Skyrim stand for, one needs to look no further than the Companions. It's not a surprise that this is the first major faction most players will have the opportunity to join, as it's one of the fastest ways to introduce new players to the culture and ideals of Skyrim. These ideals are best exemplified through the way the Companions do Radiant quests to dive into Draugr-infested dungeons, which is a good example of the long-standing Skyrim tradition, where the Nords do Radiant quests to dive into Draugr-infested dungeons. While the Companions faction seems like a decent way to get introduced to the province of Skyrim, the reality is that the Companions are the best way to get introduced to the game of Skyrim. You start with a cutscene, you do Radiant quests, you fight Draugr, you do Radiant quests that make you fight Draugr. The entire set of quests done for the faction represent the questing design philosophy of Skyrim, so I'll get into further detail about that at the end of this section, but for now the only takeaway you need is that the Companion structurally doesn't deviate too far from any other faction in the game. Narratively, the quests tend to revolve around maintaining or reclaiming the honor of the Companions. You reclaim lost honor from the Glenmoral Witches' Coven, the Silver Hand, and of course, from Hircine. It's a bit awkward that despite a Daedric quest for Hircine existing, neither this quest nor that one reference each other at all. One thing I do appreciate about the Companions, though, is its very slow start. The first several minutes after joining the faction will have you walking around talking to a few different members who tell you their perspectives on the factions and its people. You're given a few menial tasks, which serve to make the player walk through most of the headquarters and talk to all the major players involved in the story. Specifically, I like that Yorlin Greymane tells you off for acting too much like a sycophant during these deliveries and encourages you to be your own man. The storytelling here is very efficient in how it introduces multiple characters, locations, and concepts despite having very little action. And despite how little you actually do, I never actually find myself that bored during the first few minutes of this quest. The college questline starts out weak and goes nowhere from there. The first task you're given is to cast a specific spell. If you don't already have the spell, it's given to you for a low price. At no point will your objectives ever become any more complicated or engaging than this. The college actually starts out a bit promising. Not strong, but promising. You're given a tour of the campus, which makes sense even if it is a bit too on the nose of a starting quest for me. and then you're dropped into the middle of a lecture on wards. You get called up in front of the class, which is 4 NPCs with one personality that they all take turns using, and after the lecture are given your next major assignment. From here, the most common next thing to do is likely wandering around the campus and buying all the new spell tomes you've just gained access to, while simultaneously getting quests from each of the college's experts. This is promising as it gives the impression that the college will be unique among the other factions, and it'll actually function like a proper place of learning. Imagine having lectures you can attend at certain times every day which increase the relevant magic skill by a point, basically free training, while also having other small projects you can do in whatever school you choose to specialize in. Oblivion had a system somewhat similar to this, though it wasn't really built upon. After that, though, the rug is pulled out from under you and you discover you've been roped into doing even more radiant quests, which naturally have no worthwhile reward. Additionally, the first dungeon you're directed to is full of Draugr, and your investigation is actually just fighting the Draugr and then a boss Draugr. More upsetting is that the Mages Guild continues to act like it has a lot more depth than it does, and pretending like it's a much better questline than it is. For example, to find out more information about the Eye of Magnus, you have to head to the library and read through relevant books on the subject. This seems like the setup for an interesting questline in the vein of Morrowind that rewards you for paying attention to the in-game lore. Ultimately, though, this is a pointless endeavor, as you're just redirected towards the next NPC who spells it out for you. It's not all bad. Some of the individual quests were very engaging, such as the Destruction Ritual spell and Jazargo's Experiment. The college itself also has a lot of cool, albeit underdeveloped details, such as the Atronach Forge, or really anything else in the bin. But these are only a small part of a very much underwhelming whole, and it doesn't manage to fill the lofty expectations set up by the premise itself. The College of Winterhold is a place where a huge amount of potential winds up being squandered on something bland and forgettable, when it could have been so much more than that. On second thought, actually, it very much is like a real college. Were you to ignore every faction questline in the entire game and base your opinions of the overall plot from your impressions gained that way, you couldn't be faulted in believing that the main conflict in Skyrim is the Civil War. The very opening cutscene spends more time dealing with the consequences of the Civil War than the Dragon Crisis. NPCs tend to spend more time talking about the Civil War than the Dragon Crisis. Walking around the game world, you see more reactivity coming from your completion of the Civil War than the Dragon Crisis. The idea of the Civil War is something that I completely understand the appeal of, and it's plain to see why there's so much in-game hype surrounding it. The idea of two opposing factions fighting for control over the game world, and that your decisions can determine who ends up in charge, is a solid one. Lesser video games might build their entire premise around this idea, but this is the Elder Scrolls, and Bethesda does not think on such a small scale. Major cities, fortresses, and random patrols give you a constant reminder of which faction is in charge of the hold, and seeing the world change as the war shifts in one direction really makes your actions feel as though they have consequences. Unfortunately, taking more than just a cursory glance at the world will reveal just how shallow these changes truly are. When one faction takes over a hold, the armor worn by the guards changes and the Jarl gets a new voice actor. Some NPCs will also have a few new lines of dialogue, but that's the extent of what changes when a dramatic shift in the provincial power dynamic occurs. Sure, there are a few other changes here and there. Certain quests helping the Dalmor will fail automatically if the Stormcloaks take over the hold the quest was assigned in, but the changes to holds should have been more systems-based than a handful of specific events. For example, what if the bounty placed on you for different crimes varied depending on who was in charge? Nords are rowdier and more prone to brawling in the streets to settle their differences, so perhaps there would be a smaller penalty for assault and murder in a Stormcloak-owned hold. On the other hand, they care much more for honor and can't stand thievery and other dishonorable crimes, so the penalty for pickpocketing, theft, and trespassing are much higher. The Empire might be much more hands-on and authoritarian in their rule, so thieves and bandits are all a bit weaker due to the regular Empire-sanctioned raids on their hideouts. The safer roads and access to the rest of the world also gives merchants a wider variety of trade goods available, but the higher associated taxes mean that these items would cost more than they would in Stormcloak territory. Just something to give a distinction in how it feels to live and explore in an Imperial hold compared to a Stormcloak hold. Mechanical changes tend to be felt much more than aesthetic ones, since mechanics are what players engage with on a much more intimate level. The lack of distinction between the ruling powers doesn't only extend to how they affect the world, but are reflected in the quests themselves or lack thereof. During the Civil War, your objectives are always very straightforward. Report to a camp, do a quest, fight a battle. The quests are all generic things that are designed in such a way that the locations can be substituted out for any fortress. These set pieces are entertaining the first time you experience them, but once you've cleared 2 or 3 holds, you quickly realize how repetitive the quests are, and pretty soon, the Civil War feels more like a chore than a faction. Progression in Skyrim's factions is done in a totally linear manner. There's an implication that you're doing a few odd jobs to increase your rank, but ultimately the player is tasked with saving the faction or the world from some existential threat by clearing dungeons full of Draugr. If there's ever a task assigned to you that's any more than a simple fetch quest, you can bet that you'll be doing some sort of dungeon crawl at some point. And if you're ever doing a dungeon crawl, there's about a 2 in 3 chance you'll be fighting Draugr. Overall, many of the stories suffered from spectacle creep, which felt the need to pull the player's attention in from the very beginning, while simultaneously ramping up the stakes with each successive quest, until the entire ordeal felt more exhausting than entertaining. The linearity of each questline also does no favors in fleshing out the faction as a whole. This is a problem that Oblivion had as well, but Skyrim learned nothing from the mistakes of that title. Because the questlines have so little in the way of decisions between them, players never really feel engaged with the factions. In Morrowind, the final quests of the Thieves Guild and Fighters Guild both involve assassinating the head of the other faction, forcing players to decide which faction they'd prefer more. There is no such decision-making in Skyrim, and as such, players to this day don't really care too deeply about the individual factions, as they're less organizations as they are checklists. While factions may exist and persist from title to title, it's much more difficult to compare the side quests of each title, as there's rarely a connecting thread from game to game. Some quests certainly are similar, notably the Daedric quests, which occasionally share the same reward from title to title, but more often than that, side quests are unimportant to any major themes and only exist to give the player something to do. That said, it's still worth it to compare the typical side quests from title to title, if only to explore what the general design philosophy of each game's quest design is. To elaborate on the Daedric quests, in Morrowind, each Daedric quest started and ended in a Daedric shrine. You would be directed to a location, told what to kill once you get there, then after killing the right thing, sent back to the quest giver for a Daedric artifact. The quests were very straightforward, but Morrowind's quest design was integrated well with its world design. Reaching the Daedric shrines was often a difficult and dangerous prospect. The shrines themselves typically had high-level enemies inside who needed to be dispatched or avoided to reach the quest giver. And the locations you were sent to were out of the way and surrounded by dangerous environments. Often, simply reaching the location you were sent to was 2/3 of the work. Oblivion kept some things the same, but changed a few others. You still start Daedric quests at Daedric shrines, but you usually needed to be a minimum level and had to provide some sort of offering before you could begin the quest. Once started, these quests usually had more complicated objectives than simply traveling to a location. This makes sense, as travel in Oblivion is a more or less redundant step of any quest due to how uniformly easy it is to get around, and the compass system constantly directing you where to go. The objectives of these quests were some of the most unique in the game, and this is an area where Oblivion consistently excels. Even quests with simple objectives usually made some attempt to create some memorable means of accomplishing it, such as Hersine's quest to kill the last unicorn, where the unicorn won't attack you as long as you don't raise your weapon in its sight. After clearing the task, you would return to the shrine to receive a Daedric artifact. Skyrim improved on the Daedric quests a bit further. For one, you now no longer knew when you were starting a Daedric quest, as they would appear identically to any other quest in the game, with the Daedric's influence only becoming clear much later into the questline, sometimes only at the very end. The actual objectives were, as before, typically basic in what you were required to do, though a bit more effort was put into presentation than there was with the usual quest. This meant that, despite some of these quests being very basic dungeon crawls, the experience was still at least unique enough to motivate going through them anyway. One other thing that the Daedric quests in Skyrim do well is that they will occasionally have some sort of trade-off involved. The Ebony Blade starts out as a decently strong two-handed sword, but as you power it up, it can have an enchantment powerful enough to rival even the strongest effects that the player can create. Starting Boethiah's quest requires you to sacrifice one of your followers, and of course, to keep the skeleton key on you means never properly finishing the Thieves Guild questline. These heavy costs help to drive home the idea that you are making a dark pact with a powerful Daedric lord, instead of just clearing an item off of a checklist. One of the consistent issues I've had with the quest writing of the Elder Scrolls is the sense of urgency the developers feel like forcing on the player. All three games deal with some potentially apocalyptic circumstances, but only Morrowind handles it particularly well. In that game, the apocalypse is some looming background threat that has the potential to get worse, but for now is largely contained. The player can engage as much or as little with the main quest as they want to, without feeling as though they're being rushed because the threat's not in their face constantly. Later titles have a more active apocalypse, but only in its writing. The end of the world has no qualms with waiting for the main character to come to them rather than the other way around. And sure, Oblivion Gates and Roaming Dragons gave some sense of urgency insofar as they let you believe the world was slowly being attacked, but since these were mechanically tied to the game's reward systems, it sometimes had the opposite effect. When I first played Skyrim, I didn't want to finish the main quest. I hadn't unlocked all of the dragon shouts yet, and thought that the dragons would disappear from the game world if I defeated Alduin. Of course, this was incorrect, and I'm not trying to say that the player shouldn't be rewarded for engaging with the main story outside of the main quest line. But when the storyline feels so unimportant that the player never feels like they need to save the world, then the sense of urgency with which the NPCs speak their lines can feel unnecessary. Especially when saving the world is the least interesting thing the player can do. Another reason that the sense of urgency fell so flat in these titles is that the world never reacted to the events of the main quest, nor the player's response to those events. Sure, you had the occasional line of dialogue where an NPC would mention something relevant, but the world largely continued moving on as normal despite an obvious looming doomsday event. It's the equivalent of the shopkeeper outside the final dungeon who sells items at full price to the Chosen One, or the haughty potion seller who refuses to sell his strongest potions to a knight who needs them if he is to be successful in the battle. Of course, the urgency too often felt totally fabricated if the player prodded at the system's edges even a little bit. Even a slight amount of pushback from the game would go an incredibly long way in convincing the player that they should think about their choices a bit further. An example of where this could work would be in one of Skyrim's opening quests, where the player is tasked with warning Whiterun about the destruction of Helgen and the return of the dragons. If the player takes longer than, say, 3 in-game days to complete this quest, when they talk to Jarl Balgruuf for the first time, he might respond with something along the lines of, "Yes, I know. Somebody stopped by a few days ago and told us. Maybe you should have gotten here faster." Then the quest can continue on as normal. It's a small thing, but it gives a certain type of player a small push towards taking the world more seriously. There is a point where the open-world ideology the games follow starts to get in the way of the ability to write a compelling reactive world. The developers need to account for every possible player choice both in and out of individual quests. If an option in a quest line results in an NPC's house being destroyed, then every other quest that NPC is involved in must account for this option. An interconnected, realistic world means that the work increases exponentially for every choice the player has. This is why epic storylines in open-world RPGs often end up being linear in their design, while non-linear quests with multiple options often feel disconnected from the plot as a whole if they exist at all. Ensure that as many players see it as possible. This brings me back to my original point, that quest design in an open-world game should reflect the game's openness. Rather than one linear storyline, give the player multiple smaller objectives at once, and only make a few of them prerequisites for the grander story broken up into smaller parts. Smaller quests can have fewer options for endings without feeling as jarring, and only making a few of them mandatory ensures that the player always has a choice to simply reject the quest outright if they feel like their character wouldn't want to. Conversely, smaller quests also have the ability to have more options for their endings without worrying about the quest feeling isolated from the rest of the game, as a minor quest realistically shouldn't have too much bearing on the world itself. There are 2 general ways that quest design can be approached: gameplay and narrative. For a quest to be memorable, it will need to have aspects of both of these, but for a quest to be good, it helps to lean more heavily into one side than the other, otherwise it feels bloated and overbearing. The gameplay of a quest is obviously important, as if there were nothing on the gameplay end of the spectrum, the entire quest might as well just be a book. It needs the bare minimum to stay engaging, but not so much more so long as the other side of the equation is met well, narrative. The narrative aspect of quest design is the side that deals with the non-mechanical context behind your actions. These are the things that provide long-term intrinsic rewards for our accomplishments, whereas the gameplay provides the short-term extrinsic reward. To put it more simply, gameplay is what you do, narrative is why you do it. Story is hard to do in an open-world game. Fundamentally, a good story will have a good structure, a solid beginning, middle, and end. Open-world games have beginnings, and that's about it. There can be endings in one sense of the word, but you can never be sure that your players will ever see the middle, if they'll see the entire middle, or how much time will pass between each part of the middle of the story. Typical writing conventions, such as pacing, cannot apply since you are not the one setting the pace. Trying to create a tight, consistent narrative is impossible because there's no way to predict how the player will act or react. You can take efforts to control the player and guide them through your story at a pre-designated pace through a pre-designated trail, but that defeats the entire point of making the game open world in the first place. Instead, your story beats need to be disconnected enough that players aren't missing out on much by missing one or two or all of them. One way to do this is to keep quests short and simple. If the quest only has 2 stages, you'll have a defined beginning and end with no in-between to miss out on. Another method is to make quests as self-contained as possible, with each quest having its own zone from which it does not stray. This is an approach that gets used very commonly in the later titles, and is why so many quests simply have the player travel from one end of a dungeon to the other. As long as a dungeon a quest takes place in is linear, the story can be linear as well without it coming across as jarring. The last, and in my opinion best, way to tell a story in this genre is the method with which Bethesda has found the most success, and that's through their environmental storytelling. Environmental storytelling is a very effective technique because it relies heavily on the strongest tool that any writer can use, and that is the power of the reader's imagination. It's hard to objectively judge a title and how well it achieves its environmental storytelling goals, but it's not a stretch to say that every one of the mainline games has done a remarkable job of it, to the point that it honestly feels a bit jarring to play another open-world RPG and not immediately learn multiple aspects of a character's personality simply by walking into their bedroom. This ties into one of the most basic rules of writing there is: show, don't tell. Telling players something is important usually involves taking control away from them or limiting their movement for an extended period of time. At its best, telling means having the player sit down and read the in-game lore, which is far from engaging and not what video games are made for. Environmental storytelling is not limited exclusively to the maps and dungeons in the game. It also applies to the broader contextual pickups the players will be subtly exposed to over the course of a natural playthrough. These subtle storytelling clues can be combined with the bigger picture in order to create a better idea of the full story. For example, Gentleman Jim Stacy of the Vardenfell Thieves Guild has a series of quests where he has you perform noble tasks in the name of the Balmolagmer, a group of thieves who redistributed wealth in the name of justice. This seems like a straightforward series of quests where the player gets to LARP as Robin Hood, but with the context that the Thieves Guild is new to Vardenfell and still trying to find its political niche, this questline suddenly takes on a new meaning. Jim Stacy is having you perform all these noble deeds not out of the goodness of his heart, but because he wants the citizens of Vardenfell to have a better image of the Thieves Guild in their head. Literally, because he wants the publicity. Skills are the main means through which the player's interactions with the world are given value. Not an intrinsic emotional value, but a literal, measurable one. The values associated with your skills influence the values associated with your interactions, and give context to every action the player performs. It makes sense that the more skills there are, the more methods there are available to the player to interact with the game world, but this isn't always the case. If many of the skills have overlap in how the player can use them, then the skills don't really add anything other than an aesthetic to your character. Ultimately, the designers have to tackle the challenge of ensuring that every single skill in the game has some sort of function, a benefit to the player that comes out to a net positive with its opportunity cost. And that function doesn't overlap too much with other skills, while also avoiding any one skill having no overlap. This sounds a bit strange if I don't give examples, so perhaps going skill by skill will give better context to the points I'm trying to make. Starting with the crafting skills, we'll compare the evolution of Armorer. In Morrowind, the Armorer skill existed as a way for the player to repair broken or damaged armor. It's a very straightforward system, but the function of this system is to give sort of a cost to basic combat. Every time your weapon deals damage, it will lose a small amount of durability. The less durability the weapon has, the lower its damage output will be, so the player needs to be aware of how much they're using their weapons. Armor also functions on a similar system, with armor degrading as it blocks blows. Oblivion saw the system modified by removing the different types of repair hammer, consolidating them into just one. It also removed the ability for the player to repair enchanted armor and weapons at first, locking that behind a perk. Another perk is the ability to repair items above their maximum condition, giving them extra effectiveness. Skyrim then saw the system completely overhauled, changing the name to smithing, and giving the player the ability to craft entirely new weapons and armor. Item durability no longer degrades with use, although the ability to repair items above their maximum condition has returned, with higher smithing levels allowing the player to fortify the item even further. Similar material ingots are used in place of repair hammers, and the player must be at a designated station to use the smithing system. The Armorer skill was never especially great. Lower quality repair hammers restored less item health and weighed considerably more, so the player never really had to decide which hammer to use. It was always the hammer with the lowest quality, then the hammer with the fewest remaining uses. Removing the different hammer qualities was not that big of a loss, because it wasn't really a decision that the player lost in the process. The system itself always felt tedious as well. You would have to regularly stop by towns to get your equipment repaired at a smith. The advantage of using the Armorer skill then seemed to be the ability to spend more time away from cities before you had to return for repairs. But because of how quickly the player went through repair hammers, you would usually return to town to buy more just as often. This on top of the fact that the player would often be stopping by merchants to sell the goods they received in their most recent dungeon dive, and the fact that hammers took up a non-insignificant amount of inventory weight, and finally the fact that the player could not repair their enchanted gear until the mid-game, making the skill barely worth using at first and only slightly less tedious later, and you end up with a skill that seems utterly worthless compared to putting your points into literally anything else. Skyrim's overhaul of the system was not without its problems, however. While it was nice to be able to say that you personally forged your entire armor set, the amount of experience for doing so was very little. Considering the fact that more powerful armor sets required perks to craft, which in turn required a minimum level of smithing to obtain, a level of smithing that crafting even a full set of armor put you nowhere close to, and players found themselves resorting to spamming iron daggers in order to progress to the next tier of armor. The ability to repair equipment above its default state was kept in, though, in the form of tempering. Tempering seems to be the primary benefit to raising your smithing skill in the first place, but the system had the same issues that the crafting system had, in that the player received very little experience for doing this, and it was the type of thing that players only really needed to do once until they upgraded their armor entirely. A reasonable solution to this issue might be to bring back armor degradation, but only for the tempering bonus. This way, the system requires regular input from the player to get the strongest possible benefit, ensuring that, as the player progresses through the game, their armor skill will level alongside their other skills without a need to resort to grinding. And in case you're wondering how this system differs from the system of, say, Morrowind or Oblivion, the answer is that it really doesn't. All that's changed is the context behind the system, making it feel like the player is reinforcing a stat bonus rather than staving off a stat penalty. Another feature I'd like to see added is non-linear materials progression. Typically, in an Elder Scrolls game, different material qualities are represented in a linear fashion. Iron is weaker than steel, which is weaker than dwarven, which is weaker than ebony, which is weaker than daedric, and so on. Each tier of weapon is a direct upgrade from the tier below it in everything but carry weight, and I feel as though this is somewhat of a missed opportunity. Material qualities can still increase according to a tier list of sorts, but there will rarely be direct upgrades. Dwarven metal might have an above-average armor rating, but it's more difficult to refine, and dwarven weapons will lose their edge quickly, as the art of working dwarven metal has been lost to the ages. This feature would allow multiple in-game armor sets, with each having benefits over the other and no one set being objectively the best. Meteoric iron might hold enchantments better than any other material in the game, but Dragonbone will have a higher armor rating, and Daedric weaponry will be the best for offense. In most titles, the ultimate reward for raising your smithing skill seems to be the ability to spend less time engaging with the systems. Whether you call it armorer or smithing, this skill has always been underutilized to the point of being completely ignorable, and it's likely only by coincidence that the design seems to reinforce this idea. Enchanting covers the player character's proficiency with enchanted items as well as their skill in making their own. The process of self-crafting an enchanted item usually requires the player to have some knowledge of the effect they're placing on the item, a soul gem of sufficient size, and of course, the item they want to enchant. You select the enchantment you want, change the parameters of the enchantment, which usually involve the trade-off of effectiveness versus usability, come up with a clever pun to name the new item, and you're done. In Morrowind, your enchanting level determines the amount of energy that's consumed when using an item with an enchantment effect on it. You can make custom enchantments too, but this comes with a heavy cost and a very high chance of failure. It's typically better to have an NPC enchant the item for you, but this costs an absurdly high amount of gold to do. That said, it's still almost always worth the price, as enchantments will make up the entirety of your endgame gear. Oblivion saw the removal of the enchant skill, but not the system as a whole. Magical items still exist, but the character's skill has no effect on the item's efficiency. Enchantments can also be crafted by obtaining a sigil stone from an Oblivion gate and combining it with an item, or they can be made at specific altars for a large sum of gold and a soul gem. Skyrim brought back enchanting as a skill, though this time it exclusively affects the player character's ability to craft enchantments, as the character's skill has no bearing on an enchanted item's efficiency. Enchanting items is done at an altar as before, but this time the requirements for enchanting gear have been altered. Firstly, the player must disenchant an item in order to learn the enchantment before applying it to other items, rather than the enchantment menu pulling from the player's known spell list as before. Secondly, certain loadout slots are incompatible with certain enchantment effects beyond the simple split of weapons and armor that existed in Oblivion. Unlike smithing, the enchant skill is one that gets leveled up nearly constantly as the player plays through the game. In part, this is because of just how much experience you receive from even the most basic of actions involving an enchanter, but also the variety in enchantments ensures that the player will always come back to a table in order to increase the number of available options they have for their gear. Enchanting is almost always used in your in-game gear. There are only so many armor sets in the game, so eventually the items you use will cap in terms of their stats. The only way to increase the strength of your gear beyond that point is to use enchanting to add additional effects to this. A powerful enchanted set of armor is what really makes an end-game character feel like an end-game character. There's a sense of finality in getting your enchant skill up to 100, grabbing a handful of black soul gems, and creating the last armor set you'll ever use. And in Skyrim, finally equipping those 4 pieces of 25% reduced magicka cost armor has a sense of finality similar to entering Sovngarde after clearing every faction questline. Enchanting is a great system, and I feel as though the changes made to it from Morrowind to Skyrim are dramatic improvements in usability, intuitiveness, and balance. Enchanting items feels rewarding without being overpowered. The reliance on enchanted gear is not so heavy as it was back in the day of Morrowind, and yet the enchanting system is much more straightforward than it was in those days. If I could reintroduce one mechanic from Morrowind back into the next Elder Scrolls game, it would have to be enchantment points. Enchantment points represent a maximum enchantment strength that an item can hold. It ensures that weaker items only hold weaker enchantments and gives an additional metric by which certain other items can have hidden value. The prime example of this is the staff weapon type. Staves are significantly weaker than other similar weapons, even within similar classifications. The advantage to staffs, though, is that they can hold much more powerful enchantments than other weapons, making them more useful for certain types of character build. Enchantment points also tie into the function of non-linear material progression I described wanting in the armorer section of this video. Enchantment points would give an incentive for players to prefer certain materials depending on their playstyle, rather than simply using the gear with the biggest number next to it. Enchanting offers a good way to progress characters horizontally. The different types of enchantment available to the player will find a use in different situations the player encounters throughout the game. There's never going to be an objective best enchantment for a particular item, and so the player needs to decide how their limited soul gems should be used. It's a well-crafted system that keeps the player engaged, whether they're out shopping for supplies or in the middle of a boss battle. Alchemy determines the player's proficiency with crafting potions. It's broken in Morrowind, broken in Oblivion, and it's broken in Skyrim, and I love it for this. Morrowind's alchemy system allows you to combine various potential ingredients found throughout the world into potions. The strength of the potion, as well as the percent chance the crafting will be successful, is determined by your skill, as well as the quality of the apparatus used for the potion's creation. The mortar and pestle is needed to craft potions, the calcinator enhances all effects of the potion, the retort increases only the beneficial aspect of the potion, and the alembic decreases the negative effects of the potion. These tools are all very heavy, so it's often best to keep them inside of a player home rather than dragging them around everywhere, carrying only the mortar and pestle to keep as a tool for emergencies. Each ingredient has up to 4 possible effects it can yield, and any 2 overlapping effects from your used ingredients will be added to the potion you craft. Revealing these effects is gated behind the character's alchemy skill level, though the effects can still be obtained even if the player is not able to see them. Oblivion removes the chance for potion creation to fail at the cost of only being able to use the effects of ingredients that have been revealed by the player's skill. This means that certain ingredient effects are only obtainable at higher alchemy skill levels, and it's often used as a means of skill gating certain powerful effects, such as invisibility and paralysis. Oblivion also adds functional poisons to the game, allowing the player to poison their weapons to inflict debuffs on enemies. When crafting poisons, the effects of the retort and alembic are inverted, increasing the negative effects and reducing the positive effects of your crafted poisons. Oblivion also capped the number of active potion effects the player could consume at once to 5 in order to prevent infinite crafting loops where the player could create potions that increase their efficiency at creating potions. In Skyrim, the potion-making apparatus are removed, forcing the player to find an alchemy station somewhere on the map in order to craft potions. This also removes the need for the player to find stronger tools, as all alchemy stations are identical. Skyrim also heralds the return of Morrowind's crafting system, allowing the player to take advantage of any of an ingredient's properties rather than just the revealed ones. The player discovers ingredient effects by wordcraft or eating raw ingredients, or by experimenting with unrevealed effects until you find something that works. This is the better system for Skyrim's ARPG DNA, as it encourages active experimentation with the crafting system and also rewards experienced players by allowing them to bypass much of the early game slog and rewarding their expertise of the system. Alchemy has always been the most consistent way to earn easy money in the Elder Scrolls, turning cheap and plentiful ingredients into valuable potions. It's a wonderful addition to the franchise, as it recontextualizes small things like greenery along the roadside and simple wall decorations, and makes the player constantly consider their game plan several hours in advance as they search nearby bushes. Alchemy ingredients also cause the player to pay more attention to their surroundings, as what would be an unremarkable bush in any other video game becomes a potential source of game-breaking power in the Elder Scrolls. The alchemy system is one that has seen very little taken away. While the number of ingredients from title to title has decreased, this is a result of the reduced number of potential potion effects, as well as an active effort to make fewer dud ingredients with only 1 or 2 effects. This is a system that represents Skyrim's design philosophy at its absolute best. As the titles evolve, so too does the system, cutting back on the number of ingredients and tertiary fluff around crafting in favor of making what remains more versatile and connected to the game's other systems. As far as explanations go, athletics and acrobatics are about as simple as it can get. Athletics makes you run faster and consume less stamina as you do so. Acrobatics makes you jump higher and take less fall damage. While the increase in run speed was a nice thing to have in early game Morrowind, athletics had heavy overlap with the speed attribute, and acrobatics was outclassed by levitation and slow fall effects within about an hour of playtime. Oblivion's basic perk system promised to give more depth to what were otherwise very straightforward skills, but didn't deliver much on that promise. Athletics perks reduced the amount of stamina that the player consumed while running. The acrobatics perks are a bit more inspired, though the only one that's really worth using is the quick dodge ability. Jumping off the surface of water is a neat gimmick, but it's not especially useful in normal gameplay and gets old after a few minutes of hopping around the Imperial City. Skyrim removed both mobility skills, standardizing move speed and jump distance across all characters. This resulted in the loss of many movement-based puzzles, with only a few being found in designated areas, typically involving the whirl and sprint shout. I don't think this was much of a loss, as jumping and sprinting really only have a single purpose, that of cheesing enemy encounters by moving to an area where they're not programmed to follow. Skyrim introduced sprinting to the franchise, which I guess goes in this section of the video. It gave at least some depth to navigation beyond simply holding W, but it doesn't quite replace what was lost from the removal of many movement-based skills and spells. Stealth is an interesting aspect of the Elder Scrolls, as it's a series of skills that exclusively applies to the player character. While NPCs are capable of entering sneak mode, the actual act of crouching has no impact on their stats, at least as far as the player is concerned. So it's a system that exclusively deals with how the player interacts with the world, or rather, how they don't. Morrowind's sneak system felt incredibly underwhelming. Since most NPCs merely stood around, occasionally walking in a random direction, stealth didn't do too much outside of enhancing the player's criminal activity. If you remain undetected while committing a crime, it won't be reacted to. If you remain undetected while performing a weapon attack, it will deal extra damage. An NPC's ability to detect the player is based on their agility, sneak skill, and fatigue, among other factors checked against that of the player. With the right enchantments in effect, the player can effectively become invisible forever, though many of these effects are independent of your sneak skill. Morrowind's sneak system suffers from a series of tuning issues. Largely, stealth has been balanced around the mid-game for most situations. Trying to play stealthily in the early game will result in frustration, as your character's skill is too low to effectively utilize the skill, even if your character is built around it. By the time you reach a point where you can sneak around effectively, the player has likely already gained access to powers that can completely mitigate the need for traditional stealth, such as invisibility or a 99% chameleon effect. The one other thing stealth determines is your character's ability to pick pockets. Like stealth, this skill is unbalanced at low levels, and therefore almost impossible to train effectively without creating a large bounty for yourself. It's also bugged. The highest your pickpocket chance can ever be is 75%, and this figure is checked twice, making the actual percent closer to 55. Oblivion massively improved the stealth skill by putting less focus on dice rolls and more focus on player skill. Staying in the shadows, keeping out of line of sight, walking slowly in lightweight armor, all of these had a contribution to your character's ability to remain undetected. The character's sneak skill still played a pretty major role, however. At low levels, you had much thinner margins for error, though at high levels, you could practically bump into people without getting noticed. Tuning issues aside, Oblivion laid a solid foundation for a system that Morrowind seemed to have tacked on as an afterthought. It's the first game where sneaking actually makes the player feel like a proper thief. The system's not perfect. If you attack an NPC, they'll immediately detect you, as will every other NPC within a large area. The only way to avoid this is to kill the enemy in one shot, but with Oblivion's HP scaling, this is nearly impossible. Skyrim took the positive changes made with Oblivion and ran with them. The detection indicator now has multiple stages, ranging from hidden to detected. Rather than NPC behavior being totally binary, they're either reacting to the player or they're not, NPCs now have a large range of reactions, reflecting how much information they have. The strength of the stealth system in Skyrim is the fact that it allows the player to continuously fail, and that each level of failure results in a change in NPC behavior. While undetected, NPCs will stand around or move in a predictable pattern, making stealth simple and sneak attacks easy. If the player is detected briefly, makes noise, or causes something to happen that raises suspicion, hostile NPCs will begin searching for the player, making it harder to stay undetected. Then, once the player is detected further, NPCs will actively seek out the source of the noise the player was making, or where they were last seen. Finally, once an NPC fully detects a player, other NPCs are made aware and proper combat begins. This system forces the player to constantly change or adjust their plans as NPCs react to various goings-on around them. Stealth is easy while you're undetected, but being detected is no longer an instant fail state. It's merely an obstacle the player has to think on their feet to overcome. The system also doesn't give complete information to the searching NPCs, and the player has tools to evade detection further, even if they've made a small mistake. The throw voice shout or firing an arrow into the distance are both good ways to provide misdirection to an NPC, adding depth to remaining undetected beyond simply sticking to shadows and corners. It's not a perfect system and could stand to be improved in some rather obvious ways. When an NPC sees a dead body, they'll react to this by declaring loudly their intentions to track down the killer, then proceed to sit down nearby and eat their lunch. It would be nice if finding dead bodies caused the NPCs to go on an alert setting, and certain bits of evidence could give the AI clues about where the player currently is. If an NPC sees an arrow sticking out of somebody's back, they should be able to deduce that the dead person was attacked from behind. With this system, a skilled thief needs to not only remain undetected, but needs to also hide the evidence of their presence by dragging bodies out of sight, or they can leave them out as bait to lure other enemies into traps and ambushes. Skyrim also changed the pickpocketing system by giving it its own skill tree separate from sneak. It's a bit more forgiving this time around, with the player able to check inventories of people without it being a crime until they actually attempt to take something. Pickpocket chance is still quite low at early levels, making it difficult to raise the skill in any significant way until well after you've already been caught several times. Changes to the crime system in Skyrim help to alleviate some of these woes, as well as the introduction of a few non-faction NPCs in the wilderness, such as hunters, who the player can farm a bit of pickpocket experience from without worrying about getting attacked or racking up a bounty. Unfortunately, the pickpocket chance for an item caps at 90%, so even at very high skill levels, it's not consistent enough to rely on. The increased versatility of stealth also makes picking pockets less necessary in most situations, as it's not a crime to take something off an NPC's corpse, and you won't get a bounty for killing someone stealthily. It's usually better to murder someone than it is to rob them, unless they're necessary for a quest later on. There are other changes I'd make to pickpocketing as a concept, but I'll explain them further in the next part of the video, which is security. Security is another one of those limited practicality skills. It deals with locks of various types, as well as a few different types of traps. Morrowind's security system involves selecting a lockpick from a few different options, and then repeatedly activating a chest or door until it unlocked. Some chests and doors were trapped, meaning that they glowed a certain color and had trapped in the description. Activating one of these trapped objects would result in a negative spell effect being applied to the player character, but because of how blatantly many of these traps were signposted, it was trivial to avoid interacting with these, instead spamming a probe of the object in question until the trap was disarmed. Lockpicking has no true fail state. Failing to pick a lock or disarm a trap only results in the tool being used losing a bit of durability, and the player loses a small amount of time. Unskilled characters can't accidentally jam a lock or trigger a trap. The player also has no impact on the security system, with the chance of picking a lock or disarming a trap being handled entirely through dice rolls. The security skill is one of the least useful skills in Morrowind, as it has a very limited function, and the limited function that it does have is something that can be entirely circumvented. You can unlock most locks by locating a key or casting a sufficient open spell. A 1-second telekinesis spell can also completely negate the need to ever use a probe. Oblivion removed the trap effects from locked doors and chests. It also removed the different types of lockpick, combining them into a single item type. The lockpicking system was also overhauled, now involving much more player skill by introducing a timing minigame. This meant that a skilled player controlling an unskilled character could theoretically pick a master-locked chest. This was not an easy task, however, meaning that there was a steady progression of character and player skill that made increasing the security skill feel worthwhile. Locks could still be circumvented with the Alteration school of magic, but because of reasons I'll go more in depth to later on, there was enough of a limitation on this aspect of play that the player and player character alike still had ample motivation to put some consideration into mastering security. Finally, Skyrim overhauled the lockpicking system yet again, replacing the timing minigame with a searching minigame. Like Oblivion's system, this meant that a level 1 character could theoretically pick a master lock, though this was still challenging to do. Unfortunately, this system suffered from some tuning issues, specifically with how common lockpicks were. Within a few hours, the player will have more lockpicks than they can ever realistically use, even if they go out of their way to pick every single locked door and chest they come across. Lockpicking is also the only way to interact with locked chests and doors, as the Alteration skill of magic no longer has an open spell. While most quest-important locks will have some sort of key that can be obtained to circumvent the minigame, the player will miss out on a significant amount of treasure in the average dungeon if they don't at least focus a little bit on their lockpicking skill. Security is a system that I've never truly been able to pin down my feelings about. Every step forward comes with 2 steps backwards. Morrowind's system had the advantage of being done in real time, so there was always a sense of urgency to picking a lock. A higher skill meant that the player not only spent fewer resources on opening a chest or door, but also that they spent less time. Unfortunately, because of Morrowind's limited NPC AI, once you were successfully out of sight, you could remain there almost indefinitely. This meant that, despite the system being great for creating urgency, there was never really any urgency in the first place, There was no specific timing window where a guard had their back turned, or an enemy was investigating a noise elsewhere. Oblivion's system removed the real-time element, meaning that a player could sprint by a hostile NPC and then receive as much time as he needed to pick the lock, ignoring the axe coming down on their head. But it gained the human element that allowed the player to grow in skill alongside the character, making the actual act of picking a lock much more engaging even if it lacked the context behind the action. Finally, Skyrim streamlined the system while stripping out any potential aversion. All characters will become expert locksmiths given enough playtime. There is no other means of interacting with the locked door or chest aside from raising your lockpicking skill level, so the player has to either ignore a significant portion of dungeon loot or accept that they are going to spec into lockpicking. I think an ideal lockpicking system would involve multiple options, each with their own drawbacks. Locks would have a certain amount of health, which could be reduced by either using a lockpick on it, casting an open spell, or hitting it with a weapon. The lockpicking minigame would be done in real time and would use the movement keys, allowing the player to continue looking around freely. The player would have to keep their lockpick balance on top of a semicircle, with the lock taking more damage the closer the pick was to the center, and the lockpick taking more damage otherwise. Open spells can also reduce the lock's health, but are concentration-based. If the player breaks concentration by moving too far away, taking damage, or running out of magicka, the lock returns to its original health. Locks can also be smashed open, but must be destroyed in a single hit, otherwise the attack has no effect. Since swinging a weapon or casting a spell both create noise, there's an incentive to raise your security skill so as to open locks without alerting nearby NPCs of your intentions, as lockpicks only make noise when they break. As promised earlier, I'll go a little bit further into details that I'd like to see as far as changes go. Specifically, I think that pickpocket and lockpicking should be combined into a simple security skill. It's a cleaner version of both skills, and it's still something completely circumventable, as players have a means of avoiding lockpicking in the traditional way, as well as pickpocket almost never being a mandatory requirement for quests. That second fact begs the question of why pickpocket was included as a skill in the first place. The cynic in me wants to credit a developer at Bethesda having a desire for the thief, warrior, and mage signs to have an even number of skills. Like lockpicking, picking pockets would ideally be done in real time in order to add an element of player skill to the system, rather than leaving it entirely up to chance. I'm assuming that container looting in The Elder Scrolls 6 will be done in real time as well, so this is a change that will probably happen anyway. Another way to add additional thought to the system would be to have picking pockets take time, rather than the item being transferred instantly. The weight and value of the item influences how much time it takes to loot it, and the entire time the player is attempting to take the item, the NPC is slowly detecting them. Speech and Mercantile are being combined in this section because they both deal with largely the same features. I'll be covering them individually in games where they are separate, but since both skills deal with the player's interactions with NPCs, I thought it best to cover them at roughly the same time. Morrowind's barter system is the best system in the franchise so far. Deals with NPCs are all made in one large transaction, meaning that the player is able to exchange items for other items. This feature allows the player to sell items to NPCs that the NPC is not rich enough to be able to afford, as well as making it possible for NPCs to sell items with gold values well beyond what the player will ever realistically be able to achieve until very late into the game. And of course, this also keeps the bartering system as a proper barter system. But everything I've said about the barter system in Morrowind is only a mechanical benefit. The actual impact this has on gameplay is frankly negative. Mercantile increases with each transaction, so the best way to raise the skill is to spam multiple small transactions. Each transaction will also produce a small increase in the merchant's disposition towards the player, further motivating this kind of spamming. The default UI also makes it difficult to make large changes in the transaction value, so a player who wants to optimize their mercantile activities will spend a lot of time holding down buttons and waiting for the value they want to show up. Adding or removing an item from the transaction will also reset the value of the trade, resetting the player's adjustments to price and forcing this whole process to begin again. There's a decent amount of risk and reward decision-making involved in the mercantile skill. Having an offer rejected will result in a slight decrease in the merchant's disposition towards the player, making subsequent deals worth less than before. The player must consciously make the decision whether to undervalue their goods for an easy trade or try to push the merchant to sell for a bit more at the risk of losing value. Of course, temporary bonuses to disposition are just that, temporary. Exiting the dialogue screen and re-entering will reset disposition, so the player can simply cheese the system when they make a mistake. Ultimately, the Mercantile system in Morrowind is a very tedious one to interact with, despite the obvious pros that a system with its level of depth can bring. Speechcraft in Morrowind operates on a dice roll system. The player can admire an NPC using their speechcraft skill in order to raise disposition, intimidate the NPC using their strength skill to temporarily raise disposition, taunt the NPC into attacking them so they can claim self-defense, and they can bribe the NPC using gold to a similar effect as the admire action. Each of these actions has a chance to fail based on the difference in skill between the player and the NPC being targeted. This even includes the wealth of the NPC, as wealthy NPCs will respond negatively to small bribes relative to the poor ones. The speechcraft system in Morrowind ultimately fails to stay very engaging, as it's done with entirely behind-the-scenes dice rolling, so the player has little control over the outcome of the interaction, as it depends exclusively on the player character's stats and luck. There's no decision to be made with the system other than weighing the risk versus reward and deciding whether or not to engage with it at all. In the early stages of the game, the risks heavily outweigh the potential rewards, so it's almost never worthwhile to bother with the system until your stats are higher, at which point the player will likely have access to spells and scrolls that fortify their stats to a point that nullifies the effectiveness of their speechcraft skill, or at least enough gold to throw at their problems that it doesn't matter either way. Oblivion changed the barter system away from bartering and instead made it into a series of individual transactions involving gold. You can no longer sell items to an NPC that have a higher value than the NPC is able to afford unless you're okay leaving money on the table. Likewise, NPCs no longer run out of gold, so the player can simply sell everything they want to get rid of to a general merchant in one go, without needing to keep track of the amount of gold the NPC has. The player is able to negotiate with merchants by moving a slider that changes the buy-sell price ratios of the items that the player is trading. This is a more elegant solution to the problems that the system for Morrowind had. The player still has to weigh the risk versus reward of getting greedy. Rejected offers still lower the merchant's disposition, but they don't need to sit there holding a button for 3 minutes before each attempt. Additionally, a merchant's disposition won't be raised after each transaction, only after transactions with the value over 100 gold. This prevents the player from needing to spam small deals to get the best prices later. Oblivion's speechcraft system, on the other hand, is interesting, to say the least. I understand the desire to add some sort of minigame to the speechcraft system, rather than leaving it totally up to RNG. Providing a more in-depth way of interacting with the disposition system grants an element of player skill that Morrowind lacked. But to say that Oblivion's system is elegant is as humorous of a remark as the system itself is. You are required to boast, joke, admire, and coerce during each attempt at conversation. The NPC will respond very positively, slightly negatively, and very negatively to each one of those options, depending on the facial expression they make when the option is selected but not chosen. The player is tasked with moving a slider around to mitigate the disposition drops of the negative responses while maximizing the disposition gains of the positive ones, at least in theory. In practice, you can simply spam the persuasion minigame as much as you want to. There's no consequence for reaching 0 disposition, as you can simply initiate another conversation and try again as much as you want to. Because the player can simply replay the speechcraft minigame over and over, there is no reason to raise the skill at all, as the player can achieve a high disposition rating no matter their skill level. You cannot max out a stranger's disposition at low levels, as your speech skill affects the maximum value before you can no longer play the minigame. But you can get a free 10 points by drawing your weapon before conversation, raising disposition as high as possible, then sheathing your weapon and talking to them again. This on top of the fact that you rarely need more than 70 disposition with an NPC to progress a quest line, which is a number easily achievable by a novice at the skill. Finally, the system can be circumvented outright upon entering the Arcane University, where you can craft a charm spell with 100 strength that lasts for 1 second. Enough time to start a conversation, while still cheap enough for a novice illusionist to cast. Finally, Skyrim's speech skill just sort of exists. Mercantile is handled using Oblivion's system of individual transactions, while reintroducing Morrowind's limited NPC inventories. Merchant inventories now respawn after a certain amount of time has passed, including their gold, so shopping around is now a necessity. Prices are now handled automatically with no input from the player as to how much they're giving or receiving with each transaction, and all NPCs will give the player the same amount for any item sold to them, as the NPC's speech skill is not checked against the player's. NPC disposition still exists, but it's a hidden and abstract feature. NPC disposition is on a scale from -4 to +4, but the only real influence this has on gameplay is whether or not certain NPCs will marry the player and what kind of greeting they'll give you when you walk by. Speech has no influence on an NPC's disposition. It is determined entirely through other means, so raising or lowering it depends on whether you've attacked them before or done quests for their friends. Not that it matters, because disposition has no influence on prices for merchants. Ultimately, selling items to an NPC is an incredibly uninvolved process, one that the player will be going through the motions of repeatedly. There's no decision-making required. Toss a coin to a beggar, get the Blessing of Zenithar if you can, equip any barter enchanted items you might have. Doing these things gives you better deals, not doing these things gives you worse ones. There's no trade-off for the player to consider, like giving the merchant a better end of a bargain, so they might give you a discount in the future. It feels like a system that doesn't need to exist, one that never really gives a reward for investing time into it, not that you really can invest into it anyway, since it's such a passive aspect of gameplay. And that's not even getting into the speechcraft aspect of Skyrim, or really the lack of one. There are a handful of speech checks throughout the game world, and these are all pass/fail. Either you pass the check and progress through the dialogue, or you fail and can pick a different option. In fact, one of the very first speech checks in the game drives this fact home. The player confronts the guards outside of Whiterun's gates, who refuse to let you inside. You can convince the guard to let you through, or pick one of the other dialogue options to get allowed through anyway. It's almost as though the developers are telling you, this is how the speech system works, it will not be important later, because that's how the system works. Skyrim adds a system of mid-dialogue speech checks and then never uses them. They rarely affect the outcome of a quest, and the few times they do, it's just allowing you to skip a different section of the quest. Congratulations, you passed the speech check, your reward is less gameplay. I think the decision to combine speech and mercantile into one skill was ultimately the right one, as each individual skill was pretty unsubstantial on its own, and the two were often used consecutively. The implementation in Skyrim, however, was lackluster, as a result of the developers overcompensating for the ease with which players could circumvent the skills as a necessity in earlier titles. And of course, the speech minigame in Oblivion was the butt of many jokes about how awful it is to implement proper conversation in a video game, as well as many witty observations about gamers and their lacking social skills. I think Skyrim's removal of the personality system overall wasn't an especially bad change, though there is still a noticeable gap where it used to be. Selling items to NPCs feels fine, all the associated systems work well, but every time I see the skill level up message when I'm selling off items, I can't help but wonder why it's there in the first place. Speechcraft has no interaction on the player's behalf. You're never planning anything in your mercantile activities beyond clicking the items in your inventory. And because of Skyrim's rigid gameplay loop of explore, kill, loot, the player will almost always have a set amount of value sold during each of their excursions back to a town. So any two characters of the same level will often have similarly leveled speech skills, since there's no way to make a speech-focused character. To be honest, I cannot think of a very elegant solution to this problem. The features of earlier titles did very little to retain player engagement, but there's no system in Skyrim that can be slightly repurposed to address the glaring flaws which is speech. One other potential means of making speechcraft a bit more involved is by introducing trade routes to the games. Not actual dotted lines on the map, but rather fluctuations in the prices of certain types of goods between regions. One area of the map may have an abundance of silver mines, so the price of silver goods in that area would reflect this by being lower, both for buyers and sellers. The other side of the map has no silver, so merchants located there are willing to pay a premium due to the scarcity. A player who has no interest in playing the buying game can simply sell their goods wherever, but players who are into the wealth-building aspect of RPGs will find it a better use of their time to make the trek across the map before unloading their goods. Of course, the system is harmed by the existence of fast travel, making the instantaneous transfer of goods easier and reducing much of the risk of these trade routes in exchange for a loss in realism. So perhaps the best solution after all might be a more extreme measure. The speech skill could be removed from the next Elder Scrolls title entirely, and there wouldn't be much lost in the process. It would still be a shame to cut out the entire skill unless the perks added in Skyrim were actually pretty substantial bonuses that almost made focusing on speech worthwhile. Though again, focusing on speech is somewhat of a moot point because of how non-engaging the system is. At the very least, I'd like to see a negotiation feature return in the next game, even if it's as streamlined as the one of Oblivion. Combat is the one area of the game that has, over the years, received by far the most positive attention. While there is an argument to be made that many other aspects of the games have been made worse by their attempts to appeal to a wider audience, combat is something that you would have a hard time convincing anybody is worse from title to title. But overhauling a combat system for the better is not an easy task, especially when you're adapting the system from a franchise with pen and paper RPG roots, where combat was a series of skill checks in rapid succession, rather than a test of aim or reaction time. So it makes some sense that the set of skills that carried the system in its infancy would see the most overhaul between iterations. Block was handled automatically in Morrowind. If you had a shield equipped, you would occasionally block incoming attacks. This happened on a % chance and required no input from the player beyond equipping a shield. Oblivion had blocking occur manually, and this alone made the combat significantly deeper. Stagger suddenly played a huge role, and figuring out the timing between attacking and blocking was a vital part of keeping yourself alive. The system still wasn't perfect. Players could hold their shield up forever, and the enemy would eventually attack into it, causing them to stagger for a few precious seconds of damage output. Then Skyrim came along and made shields completely useless. Two-handed weapons gained the ability to block, which took some of the uniqueness away from shields, but the stagger from impacting a shield was greatly reduced, as well as the damage reduction, so shields were ultimately a waste of a loadout slot. Especially because the real reason a player would ever want to block was something that wasn't unique to shields: bashing. Bashing interrupts any attack it hits and causes more stagger than a regular block, so there's never any reason to block properly unless you're using a very slow weapon and are completely out of stamina. So melee combat in Skyrim operates on a rock-paper-scissors system, but it's the type of rock-paper-scissors that your friend with undiagnosed ADHD played in elementary school, where rock beats everything. Blocking beats regular attacks, power attacks beat blocking, bashing beats power attacks also beat regular attacks due to the stagger they provide. Skyrim's combat is ultimately a DPS race, and blocking is like skipping your turn. If stamina management played a larger role in combat, then perhaps blocking would take on a new life as a more useful skill for single combat. But for now, the entire block skill tree should really be named the bashing skill tree. Block has always been a pretty lackluster skill no matter the game. In Morrowind, block became useless by mid-game as the preferred strategy during combat shifted towards raining death from above, rather than risking a direct engagement. Oblivion's athletics and acrobatics were tuned to be powerful enough that the player only really risked taking damage if they made a mistake. Skyrim was actually the instance of block being the most useful, and even then, that was due to a secondary feature. Hand-to-hand measures the player's damage output with their fists, or claws, basically effectiveness without an equipped weapon. In Morrowind, attacking an NPC with your fists dealt fatigue damage rather than health. If an NPC had no fatigue remaining, then you would damage their health. Considering how large of a role fatigue plays in so many of Morrowind's systems, you would imagine that hand-to-hand was quite a strong skill, but that wasn't the case. It was almost always faster, and thus safer, to attack an enemy with a weapon, rather than your fists, so unarmed monks would find much of the early game testing their patience. But that patience paid off. At later levels, hand-to-hand became one of the strongest abilities for combat. Knocking enemies unconscious with just a few blows, and then stun-locking them indefinitely, wasn't even the limit of what the skill could do. Even when the enemy did stand up, their fatigue was so low that they might as well remained laying on the ground for all the good it was doing them. Knocking an enemy down would often serve to complete many quests without racking up a bounty for murder. Hand-to-hand existed in Oblivion, but it felt very much like a legacy admission. riding the wave of good faith it had received from Morrowind. Blocking with your fists was a downgraded version of blocking with the shield, and you had to regain what shields had from the beginning through perks. There were a few bonuses to power attacks at later levels, but the activation chance was so low as to be useless. Some of the advantages remained, such as not needing to carry around an encumbering weapon, not needing to repair said weapon, and a bunch of other synonyms for being unarmed. But hand-to-hand lost the one thing it really had going for it back in Morrowind, and that was the impact of stamina damage. Now, enemies can continue to run around and attack, even at 0 stamina, so draining an enemy's stamina on hit becomes much less of a valuable ability, and in the end, the unarmed system in Oblivion lacked a genuine niche. Skyrim rolled with this mentality and stripped out the skill altogether, though unarmed still existed in spirit. Some perks in the heavy armor tree enhanced unarmed damage, and there were enchantments the player could receive that boosted the damage even further. On top of all that, there are even several unique kill moves for unarmed attacks, a curious addition considering that there is no unarmed skill tree. In the end, unarmed has always been somewhat of a joke option. It's consistently less viable than the other combat skills in every game it's in, but I feel as though that's the point. Nobody who builds an unarmed character in Skyrim is doing so because they're trying to be powerful, they're doing it because it's funny and different. So I would say that Skyrim succeeds in making the hand-to-hand skill feel like something worth investing into, even if they had to remove the skill in order to do so. Morrowind's interpretation of the Marksman skill is perhaps the best example of the more is less design philosophy in action. There are longbows, short bows, and crossbows, all with different types of arrows, enchanted or not. Throwable weapons also fall under this category, including throwing stars, darts, and knives. Yet despite the sheer variety of weaponry and the hundreds of possible combinations for attacking, Marksman is probably one of the worst defensive skills in the game. This is because Marksman shows off all of the worst aspects of Morrowind's combat system. The lack of response for landing blows, the dice roll system determining accuracy, and the overall reliance on DPS on a set of weapons that is meant to prioritize attacks of opportunity. It didn't help that Marksman was outclassed by destruction magic in almost every way, nor did it help that the sneak system was so inconsistent either. Many items were not carried over from Morrowind to Oblivion, including throwable weapons and crossbows, but the combat improvements alone were enough to keep the system interesting. That and better tuning. Attacks of opportunity could take out most weaker enemies in one hit, and the player was able to get a few more shots in before the enemy could close the distance. Bows were still very weak at closer range, as they should be, and archers would often need to specialize in a second weapon type. Finally, stealth archery in Skyrim was overpowered. This has more to do with the stealth system than the archery system, as NPCs would simply wander around for a bit after their friend dropped dead next to them. The archery system itself was fine, and if your character never used stealth, archery actually seemed fairly balanced. The system had a reasonable amount of depth to it, and it largely sewed off the strength of the perk tree system. Zooming in your bow, slowing down time, and the potential to paralyze enemies are all good additions, though many of the other perks felt significantly less inspired. Firing a bow also felt worse, but in a good way. No longer can the player run around and jump with their bow drawn, now you have to commit to every pull of the drawstring. Firing a bow locks you in place for a short amount of time, giving a greater risk for going for a stealth shot. This also makes the time-tested strategy of backpedaling while throwing arrows at the enemy impossible. Positioning plays a much larger role to an archer than before. Archery in Skyrim, compared to Morrowind, is an example of the less is more philosophy. Personally, I think Skyrim's archery is fine, though there's still some missed potential within the skill tree, and players could receive a few more situational options to force them into making spur-of-the-moment combat decisions. Splitting the archery tree into longbows and shortbows for one would help to differentiate different types of marksmen by strategy. Longbows would slow the player significantly more while drawn, while shortbows allow for more freedom of movement and faster firing speed. Longbow perks might increase stagger, have a chance to knock down enemies whose legs are hit, critical damage on a headshot, and even have penetrating arrows. Shortbow perks could allow the player to run full speed and even jump while the arrow is drawn, let the player knock multiple arrows at once, firing them in rapid succession, or even increase the potency of their bashes. Variable arrow types could also make a comeback. Arrows that serve purposes other than dealing damage, such as making extra noise at the impact site, leaving traps on the ground where they land, or even exploding on impact. This could also tie into the non-linear materials system I brought up earlier. Melee weapons in general have received overhauls in every single title since Daggerfall. In Morrowind, there were blunt weapons, axes, long blades, short blades, and spears, each of which had their own separate skills. The only real difference between any of these skills were the damage ranges on the variable types of swing, attack speed, and occasionally range. These were minimal, as you would almost always be performing the best with your preferred weapon type, no matter what that was. Spears were governed by endurance, and short blades were governed by speed, but blunt, axe, and long blade were all governed by strength, making the distinctions between the weapon types totally arbitrary. Within these skill distinctions, there were multiple weapon types. Using long blade as an example, the player could choose from sabers, broadswords, longswords, katanas, claymores, and daikatanas. Outside of the one-handed or two-handed distinctions, there was very little variance in these weapons, and you would typically just use whatever had the highest number next to it. This was often the katana or daikatana, as there was likely a weeaboo on the Bethesda design team. Oblivion then converted the melee weapons into a more simplified form. Axe and blunt became blunt, long and short blade became blade, and spears were removed outright. This system had some advantages, even if they weren't incredibly intuitive. A player specializing in blades could wield daggers, short swords, and long swords, each weapon feeling at least somewhat distinct from one another. If you wanted to defend yourself more easily with the shield, you had that option on the same character who had the ability to wield two-handed weapons with greater damage output. Skyrim then overhauled the system again, changing weapon skills into one-handed and two-handed. While this seems like a simplification at first glance, the perk trees at the very least promise some distinction among similar weapon types. Maces and warhammers could ignore a percentage of armor. Axes and battle axes dealt bleeding damage, swords and greatswords had faster swing speeds. These distinctions, I feel, did not create much of a difference between the weapon types, and you would often just use the highest tier weapon that you had. I think that Skyrim's combat in general lacked the tools to deal with distinction between weapon types, though only a few mechanical tweaks would be needed. For one, the way armor rating is handled could be improved to add more variety to player strategies. Armor rating is a linear scale. Each point of armor rating reflects a fraction of a % of damage reduction. If armor rating was not linear, but instead logarithmic, with lower values having a higher influence than larger ones, I think there could be better interaction between weapons and armor. The average armor rating of a set of armor could be checked against an attack rating stat on weapons, separate from the weapon's damage value. The % difference between these stats could then determine how much of the armor's defensive value is actually applied. This would mean that various weapons within the same tier of material could all have the same damage per hit against unarmored opponents. Swords would have a faster swing speed, and maces would ignore a larger portion of armor. Due to the logarithmic increase in how armor rating is calculated, even a small difference between weapon and armor rating can result in attacks being significantly less effective. This may sound like a complex system with a lot of math behind it, but the idea is to make a more intuitive approach to weapon selection before and during combat. Even lightly armored enemies can deflect weaker weapons like swords, daggers, and short bows, so although those weapons are significantly more effective against enemies with less armor, you'd want to consider speccing into multiple weapon types using the perks in your preferred skill tree. Armor is a very straightforward skill. So straightforward, in fact, that I've combined all 4 armor types into a single section just to keep this part of the video at roughly even length to the other skill sections. Heavy armor is, exactly as the name implies, heavy. While it offers the best protection, it also weighs the most, reducing the amount of space you have for other items, as well as your move speed. Oblivion added perks that can reduce the encumbrance of equipped heavy armor, but overall, the skill has remained largely unchanged. Light armor, also like the name implies, is lighter than heavy armor. It offers less protection but takes up less inventory weight. Like heavy armor, the skill has seen very little change since its implementation in Morrowind. Medium armor is between light and heavy armor in weight and effectiveness. How incredible. Finally, unarmored gives you a small amount of armor rating for each empty armor slot you have. Armor in general is not very mechanically deep. Sure, there's the decision on the weight defense scale that the player has to make, but this is a decision that the player only really makes during character creation, then it never comes up again. Once armor is equipped, there's nothing to really do with it. The way it levels up is by taking damage, something that happens steadily throughout the course of the game, but also not something a player will actively seek out to try to make happen more often. Medium armor and unarmored both saw removal during the jump from Morrowind to Oblivion. Medium armor's removal wasn't really a loss, as it functioned identically to heavy armor, and I mean that completely. Both skills were considered combat specializations, and both skills were governed by the endurance ability. The only real difference was an aesthetic one, that and medium armor's lack of variety. Unarmored was removed as a skill, but not as a concept. Spell effectiveness was tied to what type of armor you had equipped, so mages had some motivation to equip robes instead of traditional armor. Skyrim introduced a perk that enhanced magical armor effects while not wearing armor, and had a few powerful enchantments that could only be found in full effectiveness on robes, but otherwise you could play as a heavy armored mage without issue. As far as changes to the armor system go, I once again have an absolutely terrible take. Remove armor classifications from the next title. Bear with me. Armor skills have always been somewhat lackluster despite being such a defining aspect of a character's build. What is a paladin without their heavy armor? What's a thief without skin-tight leather? What is a mage without their flowing robes? And can you call yourself a barbarian if you're wearing a shirt? I believe that the appeal of removing armor classifications isn't that the player gets fewer options, but rather that they get fewer restrictions. Use whatever armor you want. Switching to a different set won't have hugely negative ramifications for your character. The reason this system ends up having depth, then, ties into the non-linear materials progression I mentioned before. Glass armor won't be classified as light armor, but it will weigh significantly less than a set of ebony, while offering less protection. Characters specialize in certain types of armor through perks. An armor perk might reduce the increased stamina cost associated with armor rate, which would grant a stronger benefit to those who favor heavy armor. Another might add a flat numerical bonus to each piece of armor you're wearing, granting a greater relative benefit to light armor sets. Magic is a staple of any high fantasy series, and the Elder Scrolls is no exception. Every game contains at least one magical faction. Every character can be proficient in magic. Every problem can be solved more easily with some sort of magical application. The design philosophy of each Elder Scrolls game also shows clearly in how the magic systems in each title are implemented. In Morrowind, you switched between spells independently of weapons, and there was a separate casting mode the player could enter. Magic was considered a multi-tool, something that could help the player to navigate problems, whether that was a quest NPC not trusting you enough, a locked door in a dungeon, or combat. Oblivion changed the casting system into a more passive one. Magic had a dedicated button and was meant to supplement whatever weapon the player currently had out. The system focused on making magic easier to cast at a moment's notice, reinforcing this point. Skyrim changed magic to be equipped the same way that weapons were, with magic being held in either hand or both. This mechanic gave the system more flexibility than ever, but the reduced spell list made it clear that most of this flexibility was to be put towards combat scenarios. But as useful as magic was, there was always an attempt to balance the stronger effects, limiting their use by weaker player characters. If you could cast the strongest spells from the very beginning of the game, players would lose that sense of steady progression that's so important in an RPG, or any other type of video game. Those stronger spells have always been locked behind certain requirements in order to prevent them from being cast by low-level players, even if the player has somehow managed to learn one. In Morrowind, this was, as with many other things, handled with dice rolls. The greater the gap between the level of the spell and the level of the player, the less likely the player was to be able to cast it at all. This meant that lower-tier spells were worth keeping around even at later stages of the game. Your most powerful spells would not only use more magicka, a limited resource, but would also come with a less consistent casting chance, while your lowest-tier spells worked even while you were debuffed and totally out of stamina. Oblivion had much harder gating of its stronger spells. Every 25 points you had in a school of magic unlocked the next tier of spells in that school. You were unable to cast them before this point at all without artificially inflating your stats. This had the effect of forcing players to specialize in a specific area of magic rather than splashing in a few points here and there. Combined with the level scaling, you would often find that the few spells you could cast became less and less powerful relative to the enemies you would encounter. Skyrim, perhaps in response to the overly limiting system of Oblivion, overcompensated by allowing any player to cast any spell that they had learned. Of course, the loot scaling in Skyrim ensured that players would never find spells too far outside their respective skill level, with the skill level itself being what was checked before populating merchants with the respective tomes. Alteration is a school of magic that primarily deals with non-stat related buffs to the player. It's the primary means by which players bypass other systems in-game, at least at first, and is typically the most creative of the schools of magic in that many of the tools available have multiple practical applications beyond what's immediately obvious. Morrowind's Alteration spell list included the Open and Lock spells, which can instantly unlock doors without resorting to dice rolling with a lockpick. You can also lock doors, which prevents enemies from interacting with them, potentially trapping a number of enemies behind a door indefinitely. The Shield spell gives the player a flat increase in their armor rating, with elemental shields giving the player resistance to their respective elements and damaging enemies within a short radius on contact. Feather reduces your current carry weight by the strength of the spell, and Burden does the opposite. Jump increases jump height, while Slow Fall can prevent fall damage. Water breathing, water walking, and swift swim are self-explanatory. Finally, there is Levitate, which might be the strongest spell effect in the game due to its ability to completely break the AI and bypass a significant number of platforming puzzles. Oblivion responded to the brokenness of Levitate by removing the spell outright, that and the fact that cities were now closed off interior cells. Additionally, the Lock spell was removed to prevent cheesing the AI, as was Jump, at least presumably, since Acrobatics could still get you to a lot of places that the AI didn't know how to follow. Swift Swim was removed as well, which isn't a great loss since neither Vardenfell nor Cyrodiil had any bodies of water large enough to justify casting it. Skyrim swapped the shield suffix spells for flesh suffixes, which function the same except there are fewer of them. The Open spell effect was removed, so now the only way to open the locked chest is with a key or a lockpick. Feather and Burden were removed from the spell list, although the Feather effect lives on in spirit with the Fortify Carry Weight effect from Enchanting and Alchemy. A few other spell effects were swapped around, with Paralysis and Light-based spells being moved over from the Illusion Tree. If Alteration is the Something from Nothing magic tree, Conjuration is the Something from Elsewhere skill tree, specifically dealing with conjuring objects from other planes. Conjuration spells on their own typically have no immediate effect, with a bonus they grant relying on some other skill tree in order to be useful. Morrowind's Conjuration spells included bound weapons and armor, temporarily granting the player access to certain high-tier items that would disappear after a set amount of time. One weapon from each classification was available, as was a full set of armor. The player could also conjure Daedric or undead servants who would fight alongside the player for a short time. These summoned creatures could be soul-trapped, and conjuration scrolls were a decent way of filling powerful soul gems during the mid-game. Conjuration also included a sort of counter-spell system, where undead and Daedric creatures could be banished. Additionally, you could cast Command Creature or Humanoid depending on the target to force an NPC to follow you. This didn't have many practical uses, but the impractical uses were innumerable. Oblivion stripped out a few of the conjuration spells Morrowind had. The weapon selection as well as the armor selection were cut back, although this is in large part due to the weapon and armor selection of the game itself being more limited than before. Command spells were also cut, although this wasn't too great of a loss as command spells were really more of sandbox tools than anything else. Skyrim cut back on the number of available conjured items, stripping out armor entirely. The list of summonable creatures shrank a bit as well. I feel as though it was still substantial enough for what it needed to do, but I wish that it needed to do more. As it currently is, the player will often pick a single favorite summoned creature and use that exclusively until they get a stronger one. One other addition was Necromancy, the ability to resurrect corpses of your slain enemies. Necromancy was a fun quirk, but ultimately too inconsistent to be used outside of a role-playing perspective. It's better to know what you're summoning than to roll the dice on what type of enemy the game will spawn for you, but maybe that's just me. Destruction is the primary way by which mages perform combat. All destruction spells have a detrimental effect on the target, be it lowering their health or making it easier to lower their health. Morrowind's destruction effects included damaging or draining attributes, inflicting weakness to a specific elemental type, and damaging the target's armor. There were also missile-type spells in the elements of frost, fire, poison, and shock. Oblivion removed the poison effect from the School of Destruction, likely in order to give more attention to the poisons added to the alchemy system. It's worth pointing out that all elements in Morrowind and Oblivion functioned identically. You would fire a projectile or use a touch spell, and if it hit an enemy, it would inflict damage based on the magnitude of the spell and any resistances or weaknesses the target had. This sounds like it would go without saying, but then Skyrim changed this. In Skyrim, each element had a slightly different function. Frost spells slowed their targets, fire spells made them vulnerable to damage, lightning spells had no travel time. These differences started out small. All novice-level destruction spells were simple elemental sprays, but amplified over time. Expert-level destruction spells included the Fireball, which exploded on contact with any surface, Ice Storm, which traveled slowly but could hit enemies behind walls, and Chain Lightning, which jumped from enemy to enemy, covering a large amount of ground. I think that this is at least partially responsible for why spellmaking is absent in Skyrim. Spells now had properties unique to them, and spellmaking could have removed some of that. If every element had its own fireball, then the basic fireball is no longer as special. Specializing in a specific element means that you're committing yourself to that element with all the advantages and disadvantages that brings. You can still spec into multiple spell types, but that requires a much greater perk commitment, making your other skills relatively weaker. There's a constant decision-making aspect to offensive magic in Skyrim, at least on paper. The reality of this system is that most players, myself included, often stick to a single spell and cast that repeatedly as it's the strongest magic that they have. Skyrim removed the limiters on what offensive magic could do, but proceeded to ride the line as close to the status quo as they could get away with. Lightning spells could have been more powerful during thunderstorms, fire more powerful outdoors during the day, frost stronger in the snow. Elements could have even interacted with each other. Imagine a chemistry system in the Elder Scrolls, where you can freeze the ground to knock enemies down, melt the ice with the fireball, then shoot the resulting puddle to create a shockwave, electrocuting multiple enemies. Weaknesses were also removed from the destruction spell list and changed to be poison effects instead, which seemed like a strange move to me, as to poison an enemy, you needed to reverse pickpocket the poison, or poison a weapon, fire it, hit the enemy, then switch to the appropriate spell type. It's a lot of work in a system where the short time to kill ensures that it's rarely worthwhile to do so. Most boss-level enemies with enough health to make the effect worth applying were also immune to poisons. Drain and damage skill effects were also removed, though they were never especially useful for the same reasons I listed above. Drain attribute and disintegrate armor were both removed, as attributes and armor condition no longer exist. Illusion is a school of magic that focuses on avoiding combat or exiting a fight after it's been entered. Illusion mages specialize in ensuring that any conflict that they get to is on their own terms, whether that means as an attack of opportunity or no terms at all. Morrowind's spell list included Chameleon, a buff to stealth, as well as Blind, which is an offensive variant of what Chameleon did, and Invisibility, which was a perfect form of Chameleon. Calm spells could stop an enemy from being hostile, and Frenzy did the opposite, great for committing self-defense on a hapless victim. Demoralized increased the chance that an NPC would run from a fight instead of joining in, and Rally increased the likelihood somebody would come to your aid. Charm made Speech and Mercantile useless. Light made hard-to-see corners turn into normal corners, though Night Eye was a much more useful version of this that didn't potentially alert your foes. Sanctuary gave all attacks a reduced chance to hit. Silence prevented foes from casting spells, and sounds reduced the chance that their spells would work, which was often the better spell, as an enemy with a 1% chance to successfully cast a spell will at least attempt to, while an enemy who can't cast it all will rush you with a dagger instead. Paralyze stopped enemies from moving for a short time, which also prevented many calculations from occurring in the first place. For example, a paralyzed enemy will always take full health damage from unarmed attacks, even if they technically have fatigue remaining. Oblivion removed the blind and sound effects, though it kept the more complete invisibility and silence variants. The Calm, Frenzy, Demoralize, and Rally skills were also combined. Previously, these skills had separate spell effects for what you were trying to target, be that a creature or humanoid. The command spell was also moved over from the Conjuration skill and had the same treatment as the spells listed earlier. Skyrim removed the Chameleon and Silence effects and added the Clairvoyance spell, a spell which I don't believe I've ever seen anybody cast, as its usefulness is nullified by the floating quest markers. Mysticism is probably the hardest school to put a finite definition on. Even in-game resources such as books on the subject never really put an exact mark on what the term mysticism even means. The spell effects have very little in common, certainly less than the other more straightforward magic schools. If I were a cynic, I would describe the School of Mysticism as a school of magic for spell effects that the game designers couldn't figure out a better home for. Thankfully I am a cynic, so we can move on from this intro. Morrowind's mysticism included absorption effects, which could transfer things like health, fatigue, and even skills and attributes from the caster to the target. Detection spells would mark your minimap with the nearby enchanted items, animals, and keys. Dispel could remove spell effects from the target, beneficial or otherwise. Reflect was a % chance that caused incoming magical effects to hit the caster instead of the target. Telekinesis lets the player activate objects from a larger distance. Soul-trapped enemies would fill an available soul gem upon death, if possible. The last 3 spell types were Mark, Recall, and Intervention. Mark did exactly that. It marked a location on your map for future reference. Recall then teleported you to your marked location. Intervention worked like Recall, except rather than teleporting you to your marked cell, it teleported you to a pre-designated nearby location, typically a temple. Transportation in Morrowind was a huge hassle, so the ability to teleport like this was a much-needed respite from the onslaught of cliff racers that awaited players who did not fast travel in this way. In Oblivion, fast travel was map-based. Mark, Recall, and Intervention spells no longer had a use since the player could teleport to any spot they visited before anyway. The Absorb effect was moved to the School of Restoration. Detect Key and Detect Enchantment effects were cut, though Detect Creature now detected all living things. Telekinesis was also changed to be less prone to exploitation, but made the spell much less useful and much more gimmicky as a result. Finally, Skyrim removed the Mysticism school entirely, although that's not explicitly true. Detect Life and Telekinesis were both moved to the Alteration school. Soul Trap is now a Conjuration spell. Absorption is an enchantment effect. Reflect is the only spell effect that was removed entirely, though it can be found in some form in the heavy armor skill tree of all things. So while Mysticism was de facto removed, the de jure school of Mysticism was retained, living on in other forms. So maybe my cynical mind was right to a degree. Mysticism was the school for effects that the developers couldn't find a more appropriate home for, but now all those spells have found a place to belong, so the school for misfits has been shut down. Restoration is the healing school, the school of repairing things occasionally beyond their original condition. Morrowind allowed players to modify their stats, skills, and attributes, restoring them when they were lowered, fortifying them beyond their original condition, and curing or resisting effects that could damage them, whether these debuffs were inflicted by spells, cursed items, or disease. In Oblivion, all diseases were collapsed into a single generic classification, so all cure disease spells and potions worked to eliminate these effects. The absorption effects were also moved from the School of Mysticism. Other than that, Restoration was almost completely unchanged from the previous title. Skyrim completely rebuilt the spell list of Restoration and Oblivion from the ground up. It's easier to list what made the cut than it is to list what didn't. The spells that made it over are as follows. Restore Health. Turn Undead was also moved over from Conjuration, and wards were added too, though these were expensive spells that actually did very little despite the AI's obsession with using them. Some of the old effects still exist. Absorb Magic is now a perk, and the Restore Stamina effect can be unlocked with another perk. If there is one general trend that you should take away from this entire section, it's that each Elder Scrolls game follows a pattern of reduction. Whether you consider this streamlining, casualization, or optimization, it's clear that each Elder Scrolls game makes significant cuts relative to the previous entry. I don't think that this is necessarily a bad thing. Sure, comparing two systems where one has 27 skills to choose from and the other has 18 might seem straightforward. Of course you want the system with the larger skill list. But if many of those skills are completely worthless, or if their usefulness overlaps heavily with other skills, does the more elaborate skill list really offer that much more? There is an argument to be made in favor of clutter. The myriad worthless junk lying around a tomb makes the treasure at the end feel more valuable. The skills you don't use can say just as much about your character as the skills that you do, and the more unused skills you have, the more it says. Of course, the opposite position has its positives as well. Why bother developing and balancing multiple systems for several skills if most players will never bother engaging with them? Skyrim's solution to this question seems to be to focus the game as much as possible. Everything in Skyrim is about combat. Skills increase your ability to engage in combat either directly or eventually. Even things like lockpicking and speech only exist to grant the player access to stronger weapons and armor. Every skill in Skyrim is a combat skill. This helps prevent the level scaling woes of Oblivion, where one could accidentally build their character wrong and make the rest of the game nearly impossible. Though Skyrim didn't do this perfectly. Cut enough skills and eventually characters start to feel overly similar. If there are only a few viable character builds, it matters less and less what you choose, as there's only really one correct answer. There are systems in place to potentially mitigate some of these drawbacks, but the systems weren't properly developed and ended up not doing enough to justify their existence. Perks could have ensured that even two characters raising the exact same skills could play totally differently based on what perks they chose, but the perks available rarely did much to justify building a character around them. A few perks did though, and those few perks show the potential that the system had. I'm sure that the next Elder Scrolls title will reduce the number of available skills, weapons, armor sets, etc., but I also want to believe that it won't be a great loss if the systems surrounding what's left are developed enough to do more with less. This is why I view skills like Skyrim's lockpicking so negatively. Lockpicking interacts with locked doors and chests and nothing else. An ideal system of skills should function like a spiderweb. Everything is connected to everything else in some way, or at the very least interacts with a few other systems. Lockpicking feels like a tangent, existing in its own space. If every locked door and chest had a key somewhere, and the lockpicking skill was removed entirely, it would have no negative effects on any of the other skill trees. So in a perfect game, every system would have some connection to every other system. The fewer skills, items, and other metrics of progress there are, the easier and more naturally this ideal can be achieved. And while it would be nice to have hundreds of skills, each one perfectly balanced and each more connected to the rest of the game as a whole, it's not incredibly detrimental to have fewer skills that can do more than more skills that do less. Ideally, progression would be tied not only to the player's accomplishments, but the player's mastery of the game and the gear that they've obtained along the way. The Elder Scrolls as a franchise does a fantastic job on ensuring that this progression feels natural by tying skill increases to skill usage. But there's still one elephant in the room. One big glaring number that rules above all the others that we need to talk about. The level. It's a staple of RPGs. The first thing you think of when you imagine a video game's progression system. It's the one universal metric by which we record all of our accomplishments in gaming, and it's an artifact of an earlier time. I understand this may be a point of contention, but bear with me. I don't think that the next Elder Scrolls game needs character levels. Traditionally, when a character in an RPG levels up, they get to allocate points into certain skills, or whether by random chance or player selection. But in the Elder Scrolls, skills are leveled with use, and level ups are caused by skill increases rather than the other way around. Leveling, then, allows the player to select which of their attributes to increase, but since the attributes govern the usefulness of certain skills, this ends up creating a sort of closed loop. Skyrim recognized these loops and closed them, asking the player instead to allocate their level ups directly into health, stamina, or magicka. But why shouldn't these also be determined by character skill levels? Gaining a point in a stealth skill will increase your stamina. Gaining a point in a magic skill increases magicka. Gaining a point in a combat skill will raise your health. These are the attributes players are going to be focusing on raising anyway depending on their character build, so why even go through the formality of having the player raise them manually? Sure, a decision is lost, but when a decision is presented to the player with one answer that's clearly better than the rest, it's not really much of a decision in the first place. One other aspect of leveling up introduced in Skyrim was the ability to choose a perk. I've already explained my love of Skyrim's perk system and how I would like to see it return, but I've also mentioned that the perk system was drastically underdeveloped and should have seen a few more substantial changes. One issue I had with the existing perk system was that many of the perks did not feel very impactful. My theory as to the reason these perks were so underwhelming was that Bethesda wanted each perk to have equal weight. Every perk costs 1 perk point. Every perk point is gained by leveling up, so there can't be too drastic a difference in the strength of each perk, otherwise some will end up being clearly better choices and others will be duds by default. My solution to this issue would be a variable perk cost depending on what perk is being unlocked. Some perks would be cheap and only grant minor bonuses to the player. Others would be much more expensive but grant larger bonuses to compensate. When the player buys a perk, they need to carefully consider the cost. Should you save up for a game-changing perk you don't yet meet the prerequisite for, or is it better to buy several smaller perks for more variety? Rather than unlocking perk points by leveling, the player would gain perk experience through other means. Leveling skills would still be the primary means by which the player gains perks, but perk experience could also be obtained by finishing quests, ranking up in factions, purchasing property, discovering a location for the first time, looting certain containers, every int harvest of an ingredient, killing an enemy, spending certain increments of gold, or any of the other things that constitute playing the game normally. Basically, the player would receive a slow drip feed of perk experience as a reward for everything they do, keeping a sense of progression to the game even when the player isn't actively working towards a specific goal, which is what most players spend a majority of their time doing anyway. Finally, there's the big question of how do you handle level scaling when there are no levels, and my answer is, you don't. Morrowind's unscaled world was one of the best features of the game, although it came with its own drawbacks. I think that perk experience mitigates the downsides to an extent. It feels bad to walk into a dungeon and start exploring, only to be forced to turn back by the tough enemies inside. But if you gain perk experience just for walking in and getting your ass kicked, then the excursion won't feel like a waste. Removing the leveling system would also serve to recontextualize how players discuss their character's accomplishments. Instead of saying a level 27 stealth archer, or level 15 Khajiit who uses bows and sneak, or a level 38 Breton who sticks to the shadows attacking enemies from a distance, players would have to measure their accomplishments in terms of what they've done. What powerful weapon are you the most proud of? How have you saved up for certain properties? Where are you in your favorite faction's questline? Character levels are an archaic holdover from the days of pen and paper RPGs when things needed to be written down, as the human dungeon master couldn't be expected to remember everything the characters have done and reward them in a way that doesn't unbalance the experience. I believe that in the modern age of gaming there's no need for them to exist in every single title, least of all a franchise that seems to be held back by them. There's a question that I raised much earlier in this video about what genre The Elder Scrolls really was. Is it an ARPG or a CRPG? Is it even an RPG at all? And I don't think that it is. The Elder Scrolls is a franchise that is a new genre of its own, a genre that can really only be described in terms of games that already fit the genre, a Bethesda-like, if you will. It's clear that trying to force the franchise into a pre-existing classification is only holding it back. The desire to be an RPG holds it back from its potential as something new, just as much as its desire to be something new makes it harder and harder to be considered an RPG. So if the next Elder Scrolls title doesn't fit as cleanly into the RPG label as titles past, don't consider it a direct downgrade by default. The franchise isn't degrading, it's transforming into something new. The Elder Scrolls is graduating. The first Elder Scrolls game I ever played was Skyrim, and I first played it on Christmas Day, 2011. It was a gift I had asked for after hearing the soundtrack online. Jeremy Soule's compositions are what got me into the Elder Scrolls as a franchise, and I doubt that I'm the only other person who heard the music before playing the games. The connection between the game's emotional core and the music's composition is so perfectly tied together that it's impossible to imagine that they aren't created in tandem. This can be attributed in part to how the music is managed in the gameplay itself. Morrowind separates each track into one of two groups, combat and exploration. Morrowind's Explore tracks use slow, drawn-out melodies that seem to alternate priority in the mixing with the accompanying voices, as if the two were alternating footsteps on an unexplored trail. The main melodic voice is often a single instrument, which gets lost among the other backing tracks, each phrase never really ending, but instead getting swallowed up by the rest of the ensemble, only to poke its head out again later, trying to stay afloat in a sea of indifference. As you listen to the exploration tracks, you get the impression that the melody is alone, and so too is the player. The world is indifferent to you, you're only a small part of a much larger tapestry. This isn't something exclusive to Morrowind, the other games do this as well, but I'm bringing it up now because it's better to say it sooner rather than later. Combat tracks are much more bombastic. Most of the conflicts the player is engaged in will be ambushes, either by the player or the enemy, so the music begins with a catch of sorts, a hook to gain the listener's attention, as if they were being bludgeoned in the back of the head by a sneak attack critical. Importantly though, the melody is rarely the first thing to pop up during the track, with the actual core of the music kicking in a few phrases in. This ends up fitting the tone of any battle the player finds themselves in the middle of. If the fight's over in a few swings, the music represents that level of urgency. If the fight drags on longer, the music properly reflects the higher stakes of the fight by ramping up in intensity right as the player realizes that the enemy isn't going to go down in one or two swings. Of course, this is only in theory. Everybody who's played Morrowind longer than a few hours knows the frustration of hearing the combat music playing in the back of their minds as they're being accosted by a cliff racer they can't see because it's stuck on some geometry a few mountain ranges back. But these missteps always happen as a result of the game's design, and never because of the tracks themselves. Oblivion's music adds two new distinctions to its tracks: town and dungeon music. The two new track types each come with their own emotional weight to them. Whereas before, tracks would take their time before introducing the main melody, town tracks are free to start out with the main melodic feature. As the player gets more and more familiar with the game's soundtrack, these melodies become ingrained into their head, and eventually, just hearing the first few notes of one of these tracks instills a sense of relief, akin to coming home after a vacation and walking through your front door for the first time in a week. Dungeon music, on the other hand, does the exact opposite. These are places of high tension, meant to feel as uninviting as possible. There's no immediately graspable melody this time, nothing to ground the rest of the track in conventional music theory, or give context to the other voices. You could be ambushed at any moment, and the music isn't going to spoil when it will happen. The player constantly feels on edge, and when the combat music kicks in, you feel almost relieved, as if the bloodshed was comforting. Skyrim retains the adaptive OST of the previous entries, but improves on the system by attempting to keep exploration tracks playing even during moments of combat, so long as the combat is against a low-level enemy or ends quickly enough. This ensures that short scuffles never break the flow of the music, and that if the combat music ever does play, it only plays against an enemy that can realistically give the player a challenge. Skyrim also introduces tracks explicitly used for taverns and inns, giving these largely populated areas a more communal theme. The instrumentation of these tracks is done entirely with instruments appropriate for the setting, and the mixing gives even focus on every instrument, so the player gets the impression that the source of the music is coming from within the game world itself. Combine this with bards who will play requests, and you get some incredibly diegetic music sources, which only serve to make the low-tension sections of the game feel all the more immersive. Skyrim's other uses of location-specific music include great halls, certain dungeons, but the best thing Skyrim does with its music is nothing at all. Occasionally, as you wander through the overworld, the music will cut out, and the only sounds will be the ambient noises of the world surrounding you. The crunch of snow beneath your boots, clinking of your armor with each step you take, your own breath as you alternate between sprinting and recovering stamina. The sound design of Skyrim is, as far as video games go, average. There are the high points I've described above, but it has low points as well. As a result of the heavy focus on diegetic noises, the mixing will occasionally result in the player being unable to hear what NPCs are saying during important cutscenes, due to music or background sound effects overpowering what should be an important moment. But the way the soundtrack supports the sound design makes it stand out as something much more substantial. Between the moments of silence and the moments of respite, Skyrim does an excellent job at making the low-stakes sections of the game feel more calming. Of course, because the quiet moments are much quieter, this means that the exciting high-tension sections of the game get extra support as well. I've criticized Skyrim earlier for its focus on spectacle over substance, and in an RPG series notable for its deep, rich worlds, one would imagine that losing some of the substance would harm the game's long-term enjoyability. But that doesn't end up being the case. The thrill of hearing a full choir chanting your name as you engage in combat against a powerful enemy is something that never gets old. The restraint shown by the engine in pulling back more exciting music from less exciting combats means that when the battle music finally plays, the combat feels much more impactful. Skyrim ramps up the adrenaline rush of boss combat by having yet another division of its soundtrack in boss themes, including a track reserved for Sovngarde. This is by far my favorite musical moment of the game, not just because it's well composed, but because it instantly associates itself with a specific moment of the experience. The track that plays in Sovngarde does not play anywhere else. Every track will leave some intrinsic emotional impression on the player because of when and where you first hear it, but only Sovngarde has the extrinsic emotional resonance due to it being such an exclusive track. Every time you hear that chanting, you'll be reminded of the first time you entered Sovngarde, the culmination of dozens of hours of progress, your character at the peak of their strength, ready for their final confrontation, and that march to your destiny is unforgettable. So while I won't necessarily say that the music will be better in The Elder Scrolls 6, I believe that we will at the very least see some small changes to presentation. Small changes such as the music getting quieter when the player is sneaking, then louder if the player gets detected, or adding a rolling drum beat when the player has a weapon drawn. Town tracks that might adapt to the part of the city that the player is currently visiting, shifting from the solemn dignity of the temple to the robust chaos of the market square. When you set out to emulate the real world, you will always fail. No matter how proficient you are in your craft, you will always be outdone by nature because nature does not need to try to look the way it does. The sky is not arranging itself to appeal to you. Mountains don't form with beauty as their intention. Plants aren't aiming to be pleasing to look at. The world simply is what humanity tries to be. Even if you could perfectly capture the aesthetics of nature in your work, you would still come up short simply because you had to try. It is for this reason that I typically don't care too much for realism in a video game's art style, as it can only approach, but never achieve, perfection. This added to the fact that graphical fidelity is something that's constantly improving over time, and you end up with games that look dated, years after their release. Morrowind's dark fantasy aesthetic required its graphics to look realistic, not just because bright colors and smiling faces don't suit the depressing and gritty island of Vardenfell, but because having a sense of realism to the familiar aspects of the game helped to ground the player in what normal means, even in the world of Tamriel. Having familiar-looking medieval architecture surrounded by bizarre alien swampland grounds the player in what the world should look like before pulling the rug out from under them. If the entire game had strange creatures and buildings and people, it would get exhausting to look at, and the appeal of exploring this strange and new world would wear off just as fast as it kicked in. That said, Morrowind's graphics were janky, even by the standards of 2002. Even the aesthetic has not aged well. Many environments look samey, and it's nearly impossible to tell the difference between one cavern and the next. This does no favors for Morrowind's gameplay, especially as it revolves so heavily around navigation and finding your way from place to place. It often feels like a crapshoot trying to find out which cavern is the cavern you are meant to enter for a quest, and what's an unrelated cave that happens to be nearby. Even a quick glance inside won't answer any questions, as there's rarely a distinction between a cave inhabited by smugglers, bandits, necromancers, or rogue wizards until you actually see the enemies inside. Oblivion improved on the graphical fidelity as it was expected to, but saw a nearly complete shift in the art direction to reflect the changes to the title's tone. Where Morrowind was dark, dreary, and different, Oblivion was soft, serene, and similar. The color palette and art style alike reflected the lighter and overall less oppressive tone of the game, at least when traversing the overworld. Cyrodiil was green, blue, and white. Oblivion was red, orange, and black. The lighter colors made way for the harsher atmosphere of the Oblivion gates to stand out and make the feeling of diving through the hellish landscape that much more oppressing. If an Oblivion gate opened up in Vardenfell, it would be hard to tell which side of it you were on, but in Cyrodiil, that's a much clearer distinction. Oblivion's graphics did not age well, but they at least aged gracefully. Despite the environments of Cyrodiil much more closely reflecting our own world, there was less of an attempt to recreate a totally realistic art style in favor of a more idyllic world. There's a high level of saturation. The characters all share over-the-top facial expressions and are quick to show heavy amounts of emotion. Of course, this wasn't without its drawbacks. The extreme amounts of emotion shown by the characters require that their faces be modeled in a way that can properly express that level of emotion, no matter the base model. This had the result of character heads that looked like misshapen potatoes, and racial differences that made the Khajiit look like humans with face paint. Skyrim saw a return to the form Morrowind took, with a gritty realistic style featuring muted colors over bland vistas, at least in some spots. One of Skyrim's biggest strengths relative to games past was its ability to show a variety of environments in its game world. Sure, previous entries had that same level of geographic diversity, but Skyrim did the best job of selling the distinctions between these areas. The frozen wastes of the Pale feel completely different from the lush forests of the Rift, and it's a distinction that goes well beyond a change in the trees and rock formations. Like Oblivion, Skyrim used extreme versions of the real world for its color palette, but this time the extremes add the distinction. Outdoor areas take heavy use of gray and blue, while indoor areas use vibrant oranges and black. Outdoor areas have very muted shadows due to the multiple moons over Mundus and the constant gleaming of fresh fallen snow. Indoor environments have significantly fewer light sources, and these sources are much more vibrant. This gives the effect of having the shadows stand out significantly more, giving indoor areas a sharper contrast that can better direct the player's vision, an effect achieved outdoors by the uneven horizons. Of course, in spite of the many graphical improvements Skyrim made, it still suffered from the lack of identity associated with any game that strives for realism. In plainer terms, the graphics have not aged gracefully. While the environments do a sufficient job at selling the locations you're traveling to, a closer inspection reveals all the points at which the world doesn't hold up. It's easy to argue that this is looking a gift horse in the mouth, or putting a level of scrutiny to an aspect of the game that doesn't need to be scrutinized to that extent, and I agree. Graphical realism is not very important to a video game's longevity, at least nowhere near as important as the cohesiveness of the art style, as well as whether or not the graphics serve to do what they need to. As long as I can tell a plank of wood is a plank of wood, that should suffice. And as long as I never reach a moment where I make an ill-informed decision due to not being able to read the information on screen, there's really no reason to complain about the graphics. This video has gone on for a long time and has said a lot of things, but for every point I've brought up, there are about 3 others that I've had to leave out. The difference between my original outline and the finished one is dramatic, and this video could have been twice as long and still not said everything that it needed to. But all things have to end at some point, and so rather than rambling on about increasingly irrelevant topics, I'll start concluding the video instead. It's not my hope that you agree with every single point I've made in this video. It's not even my hope that you agree with most of them. My hope is that, regardless of whether you agree with me, you can articulate why at least a little bit better. And if you disagree with what I've said, you can still see where I and many others are coming from when we state our opinions. The one idea that you should take away from this video is that less is not always worse, and more is not always better. The development team at Bethesda is full of people who are incredibly talented at doing a lot with very little. Morrowind is one of the most detailed and believable worlds to exist in gaming, and it was created by a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Oblivion was a title that simplified a complicated game without making it too shallow, and gave it enough appeal to be enjoyed by both casual gamers who had never held a controller before, hardcore enthusiasts who have been playing it for 15 years, and the large number of people who fit into both of the above categories. Skyrim is one of the top-grossing single-player games ever created, and it's running on an engine older than most of its fans. So hopefully this video has done a decent job of conveying this idea in an even-handed manner. I recognize that a lot of features were cut from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim. In fact, I was originally planning on calling this video Morrowind Features That Were Cut from Skyrim, as sort of a joke regarding its length, but also to clickbait people who hold that sentiment into hearing me elaborate on the idea. Because I don't think that simply stating features were cut from one title to another adds anything genuine to the conversation about the differences between the titles. There needs to be an explanation as to why the features were cut. Were they not working out? Did another feature overlap? If the feature was cut, what took its place? What other features needed to be cut or reworked in order to facilitate the removal of the first? There is practically an assurance that The Elder Scrolls VI will be an even more streamlined title relative to what we got from Oblivion and Morrowind. But I'm hoping that my ramblings in this video have done enough to convince you that that doesn't automatically make the game worse. Nor should it be judged too harshly before it even comes out. Regardless of whether or not I've convinced you, I also hope to justify my own position in being optimistic for its release. Like I said at the beginning of this video, The Elder Scrolls VI will be poo-poo pee-pee, and then I will be buying it on release because I am a stupid baby.